chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. Take it on, no turning from the storm. It's time now for us to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black,
closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. of my trepidation.
Greetings and welcome to another day of the LCK, and it is a special day here at the LCK. We got the Telecom War to start off the first match of the night. KT Rolster on the up and up, but they are going up against the Titan of the LCK, which is T1, currently undefeated at 8-0.
And for T1, having a 9-0 first round would be a beautiful way to show that, while some other teams like Damwon Kia have been struggling a lot more ever since the Spring Split, T1 is looking to be in the same form as they were when they made the semi-finals, one game of the finals of Worlds. And KT, well, they're 2-0 GNG, so anything's possible.
Anything is possible. This is a team that has shown they are willing to play more aggressive compositions, a little bit outside of the meta. And I'm curious to see what they have prepared for today, as we are going to take a look at the points of the match and take a little closer look. The showstopper of round one, the Telecom War. And by the way, guys, this is also the final match of round one, so it's a good way to end it.
And I like Showstopper because I like Live His sets, and I hope that it gets banned, because otherwise these matches might be more one-sided than we careful. And 6 years since T1 has hit a perfect round record, and honestly, even with the KT 2-0 over GNG, I think that should be the expected result here tonight. I think the main thing that T1 have struggled with are their first games, where sometimes the drafts or the overall communication doesn't seem to be up to par, but then in the second and third game, they win because they're undefeated, so that's what happens subsequently.
So it's been 125 days since Worlds 2021, where Faker and Arya did meet. Will Ari make an appearance, most played by Arya and solo queue, versus Faker's LCK 8-4 win record on that champion. You know, I think yesterday with Zeka playing the Ari, we thought it was not that great. I mean, we weren't that impressed by it, but he did win.
It hit the charm. And I really like the Blitzcrank comparison, actually, that Wolf made yesterday.
That was me.
Feel that, oh, it was you. Well, never mind. It was actually Velda, so that makes him even cooler than he already was. And I think it's a great comparison because it is indeed a pick that can get just the one charm and win the game off of that. And it's also a champion that goes so far back in terms of league history.
Absolutely. How will T1 deal with life? Certainly, T1 has an incredibly strong bottom lane, probably the strongest, if not definitely. Gumisi says, we've lost against Jarvan the 4th and set once. As long as we keep that in mind, it should be an easy win. Definitely life with one of the more unique champion pools in the support role right now.
And also a pool that I think they need to utilize if they want to win, because it is actually Life that I think has the biggest gaps in performances compared to when he's looking good to when he's kind of looking invisible. His Tom Kench games are a great argument if you want to say why not to play Tom Kench, and then Carrier obviously is the one exception where he wins lane on it regardless. Stats here very clearly showing one of the overall stats in terms of what T1 has shown. And I gotta say, like, when you just look at the game times, they look okay, but it doesn't really matter. Just win the game at the end.
Yeah. T1 has the slowest loss time in all of the LCK. It takes a while for teams to get through T1. As you can see, this is KT Rolster bringing their full veteran roster here to come into this matchup. There's no subs today. There's no Gideon, there's none of this. It's just going to be all 5 members on the first roster that are coming out here for this important matchup.
And after all the call-ups and whatnot, it is nice to see teams being able to field the full roster again. And while some criticism can be leveled towards Cuz for sometimes lack of activity in later stages of the game, the one Diana game comes to mind. At the same time, I do think that this roster looks the best when they are playing with the full lineup. And again, obviously looking towards live, but Rascal as well, I think will be the biggest pressure point for KT in this matchup. As good as Zeus has been, Rascal I think has just been straight up the best, most impactful top laner in the league. So maybe Camp top, see how that goes.
Yeah, I would agree with you, especially on the impactful points there. I think that Rascal, he makes a big impact by himself, right? He gets solo kills, he makes it happen. Zeus, extremely solid, very dependable, which is not something you would expect from one of the newer players to the league, but he's been absolutely filling that top lane role extremely well. As of course, this is the T1 roster that we've come to love and expect, right? This is just what we're going to have every single time T1 plays. There's no reason to change anything there.
And with the current form, yeah, as you're saying, no surprises, right? We have, I'd say, if not for Deft's insane performance thus far, definitely the strongest bot lane, but I argue that you can still make that a very, very convincing line of argumentation. And then we have, I think, Owner also looking really good. Has had some downs, like a lot of our other junglers. Even Canyon had a game yesterday that didn't look that good. Owner also, especially in those game number ones at times, hasn't looked the cleanest. But at the end of the day, every single of these players has been looking incredible. And it's the teamwork that to me has been the biggest difference if you look back to some iterations of this roster. Of course, last year where didn't really come together. This time around, definitely not the case.
Definitely not the case. Our key player matchup will, in fact, be the top lane. And I think a lot of that is because of what Rascal has been able to do. 14 solo kills, and we're not even halfway through the season, right? Rascal's got another series here before the literal halfway through for him. Whereas Zeus, again, he's very dependable, right? He gets a lot of jungle proximity, which is interesting to see. And he's doing a good job up there, I would say.
And the key thing is that, yes, his solo kills might not be as high, but he doesn't need to have high solo kills to succeed on this T1 roster. And his KDA, obviously KDA is a stat that doesn't really tell you that much, but it does show that, what you said earlier, that Zeus is very dependable, generally doesn't get solo killed very often. And if he can just withstand the pressure, that takes away a really, really big point of entry through which KT have been able to find a lot of their wins. If Rascal can snowball a lane, that topside pressure can be leveraged by the rest of the team. But into Zeus, that might be hard even for someone who's been playing as well as Rascal.
Yeah, very much a lot of eyes on that top lane. I think we will also be looking at ㅅ here to see what he can do against Owner. Owner, an extremely aggressive jungler in general. If he's going in, you know something's going down, right? And ㅅ, he just got subbed out in the last series. So we'll have to see where his form is at as well.
Arya has been struggling a little bit, not really able to get the level of progression that I think we're expecting. It makes sense, especially coming in from the LGL, that initially you need some time to get used to the LCK. We have many of the best mid laners in the world in the region, so getting some comfort facing up against those players, I think, is really important. Unfortunately, that progression hasn't really been there. It kind of feels like the same. We see him get beaten even by players like Karis, players like Closer, that are on a very, very different playing field than who he is going to face here tonight.
That is very clear. I think that Faker will be an incredibly tough opponent. Once again, Faker, you know, he's basically Mr. Reliable, and I think that he's been playing pretty well this spring, you know, for Faker standards. So will be interesting to see where he will end up in this series. KT, they got home side here for the first round, and that means that they will choose blue side. Blue side, everybody loves the blue side nowadays, and I suppose except Gen G, who are the only team that pick red side. So we'll see how this draft does go down. This does mean that we will have potential counter pick for someone like Zeus in the top lane if that's where T1 want to use it.
I highly doubt it. I'm pretty sure Zeus is going to get a Graves or a Gragas and then
Keria,
deal with it.
Keria with the support counter pick. I love it.
Keria counter pick is fine. Faker counter pick is fine. All of those, I think, definitely make sure that he's feeling good.
Here I was like, you got to do it for us today, man. Like,
we need you, Rascal. Get it done. And as I mentioned previously, I think one of the weak spots of T1, even though they are 8-0, would be their drafts. They've been able to pull through regardless, especially in second and third games, but sometimes we can see them need a little bit of time to kind of get adjusted to the meta in a specific matchup, and I wonder whether that's going to be the same here or whether they're going to start off strong immediately. Xin Zhao already taken away. A lot of the standard bans here. Caitlyn has dropped a little bit after the nerfs, but I would not be surprised to still see her get a little bit of attention, as Jarvan really interesting here, and makes me wonder whether T1 wants to go in aggressively on some immobile characters that can't really deal with that Cataclysm.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Jhin. It's definitely something that you can pick up and pilot very well. And definitely if they're expecting something like an Aphelios first pick, a Caitlyn first pick, we'll have to wait and see what does get banned away here. It is going to be Akali. A lot of focus on Akali, even though she isn't having too great of a win rate, I would say, here at the LCK.
And Ryze immediately getting swept up by KT. And for T1, that would probably mean an Aphelios pick. That is what we've seen, but we have seen some of the counter picks towards the Aphelios kind of get up and up, right? Not going to be the case here. Going to pick up the Caitlyn, even with the Lux being taken away. Or with the Karma rather being taken away. There are plenty of opportunities, and actually on the flip side, Karma not existing makes the Caitlyn better because it becomes a lot harder to neutralize the shoving power that she will have regardless of the support besides her. But KT, with just Poppy and Ryze, I would really like it. I think that is a really strong core of early to mid-game pressure and CC. Jinx pickup here, going to ensure that aiming is going to have a good time later in the game, but might lead to that jungle pool being further whittled down for ㅅ.
Yeah, you know, it was pretty surprising to see that Lee Sin just picked with the Poppy available, but KT hover it, they do not select it. And they want to ensure that they have a decent time down in the bottom side and they don't get absolutely dominated. So Jinx Leona will be locked in here before any kind of jungle pick. This does mean that T1 can, of course, lock out the Poppy in the next phase if that's what they want to do. What is going to be the pick here? Will it be support for Keria? Are we seeing a mid laner for Faker? And it will be the LeBlanc.
And I actually really like the Lee pick away here from T1 because it also denies it to Rascal. Rascal has been insane on the Lee. Now the Lee, Sin, LeBlanc combo that we've seen many a time, really good 2v2 pressure, really regardless of matchup. And T1, I think, having a lot of early game power already here. And then for KT, obviously, depending on what jungler they get, they should be able to utilize this rise, maybe roam towards the side lane. But unless they go in hard on banning out supports here, I would be worried. I don't love the Kench ban. When T1 is having a Caitlyn lane, where you'd expect them to want to, leverage pushing pressure. And I know it's Carrier.
I guess that's just what Carrier does, right? He forces you to ban Tahm Kench for his aggressive Tahm Kench plays. That's the thing now, guys.
I mean, it is. Unironically, Carrier's a really good, really good Kench, but don't think the ban is going to provide you with that much value if you look at what T1 generally would want to do with a Caitlyn. And with the Jace now also getting taken away, Gwen is wide open here for T1. Can also go for the Graves, which would then probably be counterpicked by the Gwen. And Zay is going to pick that one up. And I do think that the matchup has become a little bit more of a stalemate ever since the whole Breaker Rush has come through. That has just provided so much more stability to an already really stable pick in the Graves.
Yeah, and you can see that they prioritized that pick, of course, with the bottom lane of already showing for KT. They could have just selected support and waited for counter pick for the top side, but they want to make sure that Zeus gets on the Graves. As Rek'Sai is going to be locked in, again, because it's Rek'Sai, we all know about this. He is a fantastic Rek'Sai player, and it is a bit of a counter pick in the 1v1 matchup into Lee Sin. But how will it do in the comp? As, okay.
I didn't even get the chance to call for it, but I love it. This is the classic combo, right? Caitlyn Morgana. Through the use of Tormented Soul, you'll get even more pushing power than the Caitlyn usually would do. And Black Shield makes the life of a Leona way, way worse. And could have gone for the Lux as well, which has been a traditional combination with the Leona. But again, I don't think that there was any way that the KT or that the T1 bot lane was going to go for the Kench here. And now overall, you better win that early game, KT, because I think that if you are not able to find any pressure on mid, or if Kuz doesn't find bot lane plays, you're going to hemorrhage plates in the bot lane. Zeus presumably going to be fine on his own, and then that mid jungle 2v2, even with a pick as strong as the Rek'Sai, can still go the wrong way easily. Really like what we see here from T1.
Yeah, and we were half joking about it, but also at the same time half serious. They will save counter pick for Carrier. The guy is just that insane, and we do see it here once again. They get a fantastic bottom lane here for the side of T1. And yeah, I mean, you're talking about their drafting. I think the last series as well was pretty good. I think that overall they're finally getting a bit of a grasp over the meta, and liking the way that they're drafting overall last couple of series.
The downside for the T1 comp that they have right now, I think, is that if they do fall behind, which there are other tools for KT available to make that happen, it can become a little bit awkward, right? Because they don't really have reliable engage. You're looking more towards the pick-off potential through a binding and through a Lee or LeBlanc combo. And if you don't have those opportunities, then it becomes a lot harder for you to actually get anything done for T1. But with the power that they have in the lanes, I'd be kind of worried if I was a KT fan.
Those stickers were really cool for the side of KT players. Very impressive. Gotta love it. And yeah, a lot of people calling for the full sweep of round one from T1. I think it is very likely. They are definitely the heavy favorites coming into this match. There was also a fan sign that said, as it almost looked like Rascal was trying to secretly cover his comms, like they do in sports sometimes, don't lip read me, pretty interesting. Someone was recommending LASIK surgery for Rascal. Maybe they like him with his glasses off, or maybe it wasn't Rascal, maybe someone else. But
it's okay, Valdez.
At
least you do a great attempt at reading the fan signs. I've given up.
Putting in the effort.
My Korean is definitely not good enough to get that done, and
it's hard because the player, their real names are often used on the signs, but we always call them by their IDs. So Sometimes we can't match him up.
Look at this, doesn't even know the full name of every single player in his league. Ha! Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Unprofessional. Valdez. No, of course we kid. And as I mentioned previously, to go back a little bit to the KT composition, because I do want to highlight what are the opportunities for them. Bot lane, I don't think is going to be looking great, so let's hope that Cuz on his Rek'Sai is going to hover there. But if they can set up a play together with Ryze, if he can find Prio in mid, rotate towards the bot side, and Arya can then collapse on a surely pushing Keria and Gumayushin, and there might be opportunities there. But between the neutralizing lane that they went for in topside, where it's just Gragas into Graves, lot of pressure on Cuz's shoulders. And Rek'Sai's really good early, but she also doesn't scale very well.
So she's been here to watch KT Rolster 3 times. She's taken a plane, a round trip 3 times to come see. She says she'll receive the refund in a win from KT Rolster. We'll see if that does come through. That's Keria. If you win today, we're getting married. We'll see about that. I'm not sure if Keria is ready for that. I hope you guys have discussed it beforehand. But looks like we're just about ready to jump into the game now and taking a last look at these compositions.
Arya and Cuz going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. Expecting a lot of laning pressure and possible aggression flowing forth from that bot side and the possible mid-jungle 2v2. And if they don't find early leads, T1 just through the plates that they're going to be able to pick up are going to be looking quite good in this game. But if they fall behind, this composition can struggle.
Here we go. We're on to the Rift for match 45. The last match, the last series of round 1 before we hit the halfway points. Yes, that does mean that halfway through today, we will skip through the halfway points. The second match of today, which will be Genji up against Live Sandbox, that one will be the first match of round 2.
Okay, I'm going to give you a hypothetical, Valdez.
Okay.
You are a Leona. You are stuck in a lane against a Morgana that is going to make you very, very unhappy. What do you do?
Roam.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't
the
spend any time
by
in that
herself.
lane. Get that Predator. I got to say, I think that regardless of the value that's got into the late game, it should be really hard for Life to actually make use of this, because this is not the type of lane where you can leave your AD carry alone. Jinx is okay in terms of managing waves, but obviously she's going to have to use mana to try and actually thin the waves out, as early trading right from the get-go here. And that as a result means that especially into a lane that shoves as well as... oh boy. It's Caitlyn Morg. It's not fun. Yeah, there's not even a trap available yet.
Yeah. They're already setting it up. And that's going to be a lot of fun. The range advantage is going to be one thing, but as you already mentioned, the Black Shield is just going to make the Leona's life very miserable. The pushing advantage will, of course, go to the Caitlyn Morgana. And, yeah, I mean, there's going to have to be a bunch of focus down on this bottom side from Cuz if he doesn't want them to get very far behind.
Yeah, but he started red, so he's going to path towards top side and basically telling Aiming and Live, well, hang on, y'all. Good luck. I'll be back at some point, but not in the early game. And I do think that the setup is really good in his other 2 lanes as well, as he will get spotted here on the ward that was placed by Faker in an earlier trade. But the downside of this, of course, is that I do think that when it comes to getting people ahead, getting your Gragas ahead is nice, but especially in tank Gragas, it's not going to be the most relevant thing in the world. And I'm pretty sure Gumayushi and Keria are going to be able to start farming plates relatively soon. Now, with Arya having the prio in this matchup as expected, there is some opportunity there as well, but with Owner also pathing towards the bot side, not really anything that I think they can look for, and as long as Zeus can find the crash on top and back before the obvious gank timing from Cuz is going to come through, he should be completely fine.
I'm just enthralled watching Faker CS this under the turret. Looks like he's missed 3, but with the push that was coming in, he actually gets that final one as well. And sometimes it can be hard to see S on the LeBlanc, but he's doing a great job. Saw his win rate is 81%. As Cuz is already here, right? This is what you were talking about. He's already putting on the pressure, as we will have a pause. Seems like some issue. Not sure exactly what it is, but we'll get some word.
Note also, because you already talked about the Predator, Arya also going for the Unsealed Spellbook. Really interesting. I do think that the Phase Rush is very popular for a reason. But the flexibility that Spellbook provides might be nice in terms of either getting summoner spells like the Exhaust, the Ignite, and of course, getting access to the Inspiration Tree is going to make everyone happy because the tree has some great runes overall. So getting access to that is always going to be enjoyable, but does mean that Arya needs to be mindful of how he's going to use those summoners at what time, as we are having a bit of an audio issue.
Yeah, audio issue on KT's side. KT Whiting.
I like
Seems
the
like she got a canceled ticket 4 hours ago. She was able to come on down to Lal Park.
Is the Poro hat better than the Teemo hat?
I would say yes. I think the Poro hat is cuter. The Teemo hat looks more like a hat. So
like,
it wins
like a
points.
legitimate hat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wins points there for actually being a hat.
For being a more versatile garment.
Yes, exactly.
But when it comes to your preference, you're Poro hat all the way.
Yeah, I think just the cuteness factor kind of
I
wins out in the
like
end.
I like Poros a lot, so
yeah.
I'm not arguing with you.
She came to watch the 9 wins in a row. And yeah, it's great to have the fans back here, by the way. Lots of fan signs were totally packed today for this telecom war.
She actually took the afternoon off as well. That's commitment. It's a good season for Zeus fans thus far. Of course, last year he was playing behind Kana, who I think actually had a great progression as we got towards Worlds, but I would lie if I didn't say that I had been calling for the Zeus every now and then last year as well. And seeing him play is something I'm sure many fans are going to be happy about. This is really all you, Veldas. I would love to be able to help you here.
This is. I hope the casters take care of their basically throat health. You know,
Aww.
all the talking that we have to do.
It's a great draw.
She came to watch here instead of going to her graduation. There's a lot of these signs where it's like I took off half the day to come watch this game. I missed my graduation.
I wonder what the most egregious one is. I quit my job to just be here and watch the hopefully 9-game win streak.
It says something like it's raining because of T1 and my heart is raining or something. I don't know. I don't know.
Come on, Veldas, we're relying on you for
tap in for
here.
this one, you know.
It's a Korean pun, apparently, so I can't actually fault you for not knowing it. Thank you, Ji-sun.
They do this a lot where they take every syllable of a player's name and they create a sentence off of the syllable. So they're doing that with Faker's name here.
That would be a lot harder in English, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
With the amount of syllables that we have?
I think we actually have less syllables, but we have more letters.
I can see that. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, because Faker in English is 2 syllables, but in Korean it's actually 3. Pei-i-ko. There you go. There's your Korean lesson today,
I was about to say.
guys.
I appreciate it, Veldas. You know, are you Professor Jonghyun and Professor Wolf? Not quite, but
we're getting there.
We're getting there slowly. It's just a picture of a guy.
It's Mata.
Ah, there we go. That'll explain.
Some guy, yeah.
Some guy.
Some guy that, you know, he's kind of important.
Mata, really?
Yeah.
Why is Corki being drawn? It's actually a really good drawing of the Corki as well.
It says Pediki, which is Faker and Corki together. There's another angle of it. Does that look like Faker?
Is he doing the thumbs up, or is he holding...
I think he's holding the,
yeah.
What do you call it? Joystick? I don't know if you call it that in an actual plane.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. My brother used to play Flight Simulator. You know, there's that game, Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Yeah.
So we used to have like a joystick in the house. He was pretty serious about it.
I like the diversity in styles that we have as well.
I don't get this, but it's about Cuz. Cuz fan. There you go. She's like, you get it, right? I'm like, no.
Cuz is
I don't get it.
is what the G-Sun is telling me.
So it's like Cuz is a rookie. He's like a god person because if you take Shin and In, which if you put it together, it's rookie, but if you take it apart, it's god person kind of. This is hard to explain, guys. This is why.
I think you're doing a great job.
She's still going, by the way. Like this
committed.
is still happening.
And then we cut to Cuz.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Production's like, that's enough. Cuz, have you fixed your audio issue? I don't know if it's Cuz, but someone on the side of KT was having this audio issue.
There's so much.
This is a YouTube thumbnail. She's predicting the YouTube thumbnail, the next LCK YouTube highlight. If you haven't, guys, go ahead and like and subscribe and
Have you actually
press the bell, right? Isn't that what people say now?
Ring the bell, yeah.
Oh, ring the bell, yeah.
Have you seen the thumbnails for some of the highlights?
I have, yes.
Yeah, because if you guys don't know this, these thumbnails are beautiful, and especially when we are on the carpet space, we sometimes walk by as they are being made, and it's truly
it's next
mesmerizing.
Level. Yeah. She came up here from Busan to watch T1. I guess by the fast train, it's about, what, 2 hours?
Oh, so it's only a 4-hour round trip?
Hours, yeah.
Okay.
It's,
I think
it's a play on words from Guma Yusi. The first part of Guma, from Guma Yusi is Guma, but Goguma is sweet potato. So they're like making a play on words from that. There's a lot of play on words in Korean, guys, if you haven't figured this out. By the way, this is another one of those things where you take all the syllables and then you make 3 sentences out of them, if there are 3 syllables. This is off of KT, which is, of course, 3 syllables in Korean. K-E-T.
Wouldn't know what I'd do without you, Veldes.
I would have loved to listen to you and Max up here just like...
Yes.
Ooh, interesting sign, yes.
I can read some of those words. That's cool.
I love the color of the marker. It's really
actually
captivating.
In the previous one, I think the font work was quite good.
Okay, guys, enough of the signs. We have actual League of Legends. There's definitely that one guy in chat who's like, why don't they just start the game? Come on, caster. We did it. We pressed the button. And we're ready to go.
Don't tell him about the button.
I mean, somebody already spoiled it. I think it was Atlas. It's always Atlas.
It's always, yeah, when it comes to spoilers, it doesn't surprise me.
Just like we always know it's going to be a Cloud Soul. He had 2 Cloud Souls yesterday in the same series.
Cool, this is good.
Yeah, this is what you'd like to see. As Cuz, he went back, came immediately to the bottom lane, looking for the gank, the flash, and the knockup will be first blood into the hands of Cuz, who does pick it up, and Keria has to flash and ignite to try to get out of this, but he's almost definitely dead, right? There is the initial roam from the Rise, who gets that first push from the mid lane, and that's a duo kill down on the bottom side.
Very, very well done here. by KT. Exactly what we wanted to see, right? We mentioned, yes, the Caitlyn Morgana has an incredible amount of pressure in the lane, but on the flip side, that does mean you need to be aware of where the enemy jungler is, and Cuz does a full clear, goes home, runs towards bot lane, and gets gets an easy double on the Rek'Sai. And that is a perfect way to start this out. Also, want to highlight the fact that Aiming and Live played that very nicely, going in preemptively and making sure that there was no Black Shield available to deny that knock-up from the Rek'Sai. And then Arya also able to utilize his prio to ensure that Carrier in the end will go down as well. And yeah, trying to get that shove in, trying to make sure that that cannon minion dies as well, but instead, Cuz finds a really nice timing and will be able to pick up. Actually, I think he skipped his Gromp, which would explain why Carrier and Gumayusi might not have been ready for that. Just a little bit faster from Cuz, and he's going to be paid very, very handsomely for his efforts.
Yeah, you remember he was thinking about a gank on the top side. Guess he just, instead of that, he just went back home and immediately came down to the bottom side. So as you mentioned, just a kind of funky timing that they weren't expecting, excellently baited out from the KT bottom lane. And that's kind of the balance that you need to walk on the side of T1's bottom lane. You're going to be pushing the entire time. So you need vision, you need some jungle proximity as well. You need to know where the enemy jungle is if possible so that you can make sure that this push gets value rather than giving over 2 kills to the Rek'Sai.
The downside of this is that even with that gank working out, Gumayusi and Carrier have been able to get themselves such a lead that they are still a good 13 CSL, but Cuz looking for it again. I love this.
And he's really far behind them. And there are no summoners down here, except for Aiming, who has Flash, right? There's the slow on Taguma. Nice amount of damage, as we do have even the Rise joining in here. Guma is just 100% dead. There's no way for him to get out of this, as Aiming is going to be gifted the kill this time around. And that is a massive start here for KT already.
And this is beautiful, because this is exactly what we wanted to see. If KT would have just let T1 get their shove on and take up the plates again and again, they would have been at a huge deficit. Instead, yes, in terms of CS, KT is sacrificing a little bit left and right, but on the flip side, they are able to actually punish utilizing the Realm Warp, as Arya did just there. Cuz pathing towards bot again, and really, really nice coordinated punish here of a bot lane that is known for pushing. Really well played early game thus far by KT. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's just really excellent, and they use so many different things, right? Just the Rek'Sai early on here. The Rise is getting so much priority for mid. I mean, this is... We heard this in an interview as well. This is why we see the Rise highlighted and prioritized in the draft so much, because he gets the plays from mid lane. He's able to go back and immediately just join up in the bottom side.
And this time around, they only get a single kill for their effort, but especially with that kill going over to Aiming, you'll still be completely happy with that. As Arya, saved by the minion. With Carrier there waiting as well, but T1 now trying to pressure here. If they can get the Herald, they might equalize the gold.
And it should be T1's here, because Aiming stayed bot. It doesn't look like KT, even with that early lead that they picked up, doesn't look like they want to take any early fights here. Maybe it has something to do with, you know, giving some more plates here in solo XP to Aiming, or perhaps the fact that LeBlanc and Lee Sin are very strong early on in the game. Either way, KT will take the trade.
Yeah, because there's the equalization. Aiming gets 2 plates, and that means that we will indeed see the gold lead remain in favor of KT. Also, I wasn't sure when I saw the phage and the pickaxe, but might I direct your attention to the item that has been picked up by Cuz?
No.
Yes.
Avert your eyes.
Has technology gone too far, Valdez?
I would say yes. I think today is the day it went too far. Hullbreaker Jace, I was like, you know what? I can see it. It's not great, but okay. This, I think we've gone too far.
Honestly, I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. The key thing here is that, of course, with Rek'Sai, we've even seen the Proudest Claw build, and the benefit of that build is that it is incredibly strong, but it also has a really big downside, which is that it is strong for about 10 minutes, and then you are effectively just a knock-up, and maybe you can get a kill as Cuz.
No root here on a Faker means that no kill will happen. Ult is used onto Life, who does not have level 6 himself. Owner gets a great gank down in the bottom side, aiming all alone now. There's no teleport on either one of these solo lanes from KT. Easy kill will be gifted over to Gumayusi, and immediately T1 strike back.
And T1 with great cross-map plays. Cuz tries to go for a play on Faker. And, well, it's an even trade if you get plates, but none of the first Turtle Blood will go down, as is going to be the case here. And KT, coming off the back of exactly the type of early game that you thought they'd be looking for, don't respect T1. It's Carrier, I think, started up that engage there, and now, even without a second charge, this is a wonderful trade. And this was a 800 gold lead for KT.
Yeah.
And now they're 2k gold, or now they're 2k gold behind us. Carry out sets up the play. Owner just follows, and aiming is stuck alone underneath his turret. No realm mob. They know where everyone is. This is why they can go for this play so aggressively. There is very, very little to be done. And I wanted to talk more about the Hullbreaker rack size.
Of course.
The item is incredibly stat efficient, and I think that the point where you actually want a team fight is much, much later in the game when Jinx actually has her items. But the reason why people have still gravitated towards the aggressive build on the Rek'Sai and the Prowler's Claw is because even when you build more bruisery, you don't skill that well, right? And yes, with Conqueror, and I guess with the cost effectiveness of Hullbreaker, maybe it's okay, but... You know.
Well, he's just dead. Not sure if there was any vision of this coming here, but Zeus basically was just like, well, I got to get out of here, and then immediately Realm Warp was behind him as they are trading turrets. So I think maybe a little bit more passive play could have been advisable there for Zeus. So we will have the ult coming in here from Keria, and the flash will be used by Rascal.
And now it is just left, right, trading, aiming going to pick up a solo turret as well. But so does T1 on the top side. They're able to give that gold over to try and continuously snowball this Caitlyn. And with that pick up onto Zeus and the bot lane turret also going down, T1 now only 1k gold ahead us, cause...
He's looking for it, and he will find Owner in the jungle. Arya flashes in, and Owner with the flash and safeguard away. He will get out of dodge here. Have KT gone too far is the question. Faker's looking for more onto Cuz, who is incredibly low, but is still holding on to his ultimate. And that little bit of an escape would have been good. Didn't want to go too far.
So Hullbreaker fell, you're right there.
Hell yeah.
Oh, unbelievable. I know that we've seen it on other picks, but I do really wonder what the actual effect of this is going to be as Owner.
Okay, they're looking for Owner here once again, but this is Lee Sin. You're going extremely deep into this jungle to try to take out. At the same time, though, they are totally controlling this jungle, and so they will push Owner out of here.
The main thing that, of course, you lose... I keep going back to Hullbreaker Rex. I'm sorry, I just can't... I need to talk about this. Because, again...
Yeah, I mean, how can you not? Keria in a little bit of trouble, but there is the best item in the game. The stopwatch going to save his life. And that time around, I think Cuz went a little bit too far knowing where everybody was, and immediately got jumped on by about 4 people.
And the cool thing there is that Keria obviously lives due to the stopwatch usage, but not only that, he also denies Cuz an ultimate, and trading 1-for-1 in that scenario is kind of okay, but no one else is low enough, and with the stopwatch active, you can't actually obviously target, so Keria just sits there and says, thank you, and that's the end of it, as I think he felt a sense of security with the vision that they had on top side, but everyone just walked through the Raptors and killed him.
Yeah. There's a couple of times where the Morgana has come through, and it's almost like the enemy team, KT in this case, are like, wait, the binding lasts for how many seconds? Like, wait, you can just flash on us and ult and you're just going to kill us? Like, this is the way this champion works? It's been a while, I think.
Yeah, we haven't seen it for a while, and I understand KT because I do really think that with the game, how the game has been going thus far, if they try to play it even, they're not going to get that much done. Now there comes a point in the very, very, very distant future, we're talking sci-fi here, Valdez, where KT can go back to just playing front to back, right? Because you do have the Jinx and you will have a really great front line. But I don't think they're going to get there.
Owner is like, what are you doing? This is my dragon. He's going to get Infernal Drake for his team, but he pays for it with his life. As now, T1 with a lot of low health bars, they are moving forward, looking for a bit more. It is Mountain Rift. As a re-engage comes in here from KT, but there's Carry over the wall, and he's looking for blood. A Drata kills now as the Rise is getting so much value in this fight. It's such a close one, as Gumayusi stays alive with the double kill, and Faker with his mobility and Carry on full health and a lot of mana. I think that T1 could get something done here. Rascal very tanky. There's the binding. They're looking for the kill first onto the Gragas, and it will be enough. Double kill gonna go to the hands of Faker, as that will be 3 over to the side of T1, aiming only, able to pick up the 1.
Oh, and in the end, T1, they get the Drake, they get the favorable trade, and KT slowly see the early game level of relevance that they had slipping away from them, and this is so greedy, right? You don't have the pride, you know they're aware of this, trying to sneak away this dragon against an opponent that is ready for it should never work. Then picking up Owner is nice, but the only people that really matter at this point, of course, are Faker and Guma. Zeus is there to just soak as much as he can, which he does very, very nicely. And when this re-engage comes through, it feels a little bit dangerous, but then look at the kiting here. You do see that even with the Rise damage still being relevant this early, they utilize the range advantage that they have very, very well.
Yeah.
Carrier comes in and also split up that fight extremely nicely with his chains. And then from this point on, it is just a relatively easy job of closing it out, aiming, not getting fooled there on the clone and able to pick up at least a kill for himself. But overall, T1 looking to snowball this lead and get themselves a single game away from going 9-0 in the first round robin.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, the range advantage that they were able to use to kite out in that fight is also used to siege in the mid lane and abuse their lead that they have right now.
So back to Hullbreaker.
Yes, of course. More important things.
Yes, I still haven't said my part on this Hullbreaker Rek'Sai, and that is that a large part of the value of the Hullbreaker is, of course, that you have the possibility of actually pushing with it, because your minions become a lot stronger.
Yes.
But you don't really use that because you're Rek'Sai.
Yeah, exactly.
So you still get more resistances. Is that enough? Personally, I'd say probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But maybe we are just blind to the truth of the 4-1 with the Rek'Sai in a side lane split pushing.
Yeah, I mean, Rek'Sai is a fantastic ganker, right? So maybe the idea is, well, the Gragas isn't going to get it, the Rise isn't going to get it, so especially the Rise, maybe I can join up with the Rise and we can do some kind of weird 3-2 action, you know, isolate Zeus a little bit, get some pushing going on. Speaking of isolating Zeus, good timing for me to talk about this, is Cuz is taking a brunt of the damage, actually, and he's going to back away. Now everybody on KT all of a sudden is like, we're all bullying Zeus here, and now they're going to kill him. As they are trying to get on top of Owner, but he just flashes away, and now KT is not in a great spot, as immediately Faker's going for the burst onto Aiming, who will survive, but eventually does go down there. As Zarya comes here a little bit too late to the fight, as the rest of his team, they saw blood in the graves, and yes, they killed him, but they also all died.
Oh, I feel like if you're a little bit faster on that player's KT, that might work out. Cuz holding the ultimate there for a little bit longer. Rascal also not utilizing his flash. And if Arya has a split second faster as well, like that fight was relatively close. But I think that with that fight going the way it did, this should be T1 being able to get a unsurmountable grip on this game, because now Gumayusi is insanely fed on this Caitlyn, and this is exactly the type of situation where this comp excels, right? Zeus, honestly, is just bait. Like, he went Hullbreaker and he has shield bow. Like,
yeah, whatever.
Who cares, right? Like, he's not gonna die. And as I was saying, I wonder if they would have been able to get Zeus a little bit faster here, but instead looking for the collapse. And the key thing here is that, yes, They get Zeus, but at what cost, right? Faker finds a beautiful flank here with the Unleashed Teleport. And now KT stuck between rock and a hard place. Yes, the Realm Bomb comes through, but because of that flank from Faker, there is no kiting back until Arya finds an angle.
Yeah.
And T1 get more gold. And I don't know how aware of this you are, Valdez, but when Caitlyn gets ahead, especially with a Morgana,
I'm very aware.
it's not fun.
I'm extremely aware. Keria, he just doesn't give a damn. He's like, I know you're in this brush. I don't know why you're trying to fight us right now. And to be honest, I'm asking the same question, guys. I don't see why KT would be taking fights this aggressively when they're this far behind. But maybe, as you mentioned, Chronicler, it's because that's their only option. As aiming is only going to get caught here on the backside, he has to cleanse. But it's just another gigantic fight for T1 to take this game down.
Now the Baron gonna get taken here, and with a comp like this, once you start snowballing fights, there is no way back. Rek'Sai, Hullbreaker or no, really fallen off, not gonna have a lot of relevancy here. Arya, unfortunately, with the tank rise, not looking to scale, something that I think took us a little bit to get used to, right, with the rise, because it used to be such a strong pick in terms of scaling, but now very much picks for the early punish. And for KT, I think you go back. I really like their early game plan, and they played accordingly, but then a couple of these cross-map plays, a couple of these aggressive setups, just backfiring, not really respecting T1's grouping and skirmishing on the map.
Yeah, I love Keria's swagger as he just walks into three of them with the black shield on. He's like, you guys can't do anything to me. I don't know what's going on here. Like, and I don't think he knew 100% they were all in there, but he was ready just in case. He did react in kind.
Also built the best item in the game, so he didn't have to get either way.
Zhonya's?
Yeah, absolutely.
True.
Yeah.
With the black shield, you know, it's not like he's going to be stunned down to the point where he can't use it, right? So just black shield walk in and get your Zhonya's down. Excellent bait. Actually, I always liked the Morgana Caitlyn more than the Lux Caitlyn. So I was always a little bit confused as to why we didn't see more of the Morgana, but happy to see that Keria's bringing it back.
I wanted to ask you, I think it's also in part due to how popular Karma has been. It's
that Hullbreaker value, right?
Yeah, really valuable that.
Great.
In this, I asked you earlier, like, are you familiar with Caitlyn Morg?
Yes.
Were you the Caitlyn Morg, or were you playing against them?
No, I was usually playing against them.
Oh, yeah. I figured. I could hear it in your voice. I could hear the frustration.
It's really good. It's very strong.
Not fun to play into.
Yeah. Keep in mind that, you know, KT punished it early on.
They actually did.
Yeah, and it was not just a little bit of punish. It was a lot. It was a very big lead.
Yeah, and as mentioned with KT's comp, if you fall behind in the early game, it becomes almost impossible, right? Because your Rek'Sai damage isn't going to be relevant. Jinx has a very long way to go before she's actually there, and then most of the characters on T1 are perfectly happy fighting.
All right, well, KT, they won another fight here. Zeus is basically as tanky as Grokis right now, just because he's so far ahead and because of his itemization, of course. As in goes Owner, he's going to land a kick on a 2 and hop away. Not the first time that Owner has trolled the side of KT. He just never goes down, no matter what they try to use onto him. And T1's not going to back off. As I say that, they back off. T1 are going to back off, actually. They're going to use all that gold that they got from the two inhibitor turrets, at least. And it's still very early on in the game, as they are trying to get on top of LeBlanc here. Flash does come in, and he will get over the wall and be totally fine.
Flash for Flash traded. Not going to feel too great about that one. And with 12.3, we're seeing much more changes in terms of itemization, as Gus says. Thank you. That'll make me feel less bad about my 2.1k gold deficit and the abhorrent state of this game. Because we also see Owner going for the Black Cleaver. And this is, of course, due to the fact that Sterix has received a substantial nerf. As T1, they don't really care. They're 10k gold up. They just want to shove towards whichever wave is available for them. And I think for KT, the early game punish plan worked for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then it got kind of turned around as the mobility and the skirmishing power of T1 proved to be too much.
Sometimes it's just one play that you need, right?
Yeah.
And T1 got that in the bottom side.
Oh,
Carry is
the flank.
engaged. Here does come the flank. Blackshield, pretty good ability, I would say, as Rascal is desperate to try to get on top of Gumayusi. Carry uses it on himself, so Gumayusi can't get it. But again, I mean, T1 are so far ahead that just dodge the engage and you should be fine. Gumayusi trying to go very much 1v3, and he's just going to get clapped here by aiming in the front. As not the best look, but T1's still in a good spot.
This is like, I am playing solitaire. I don't know what you guys are doing. I have Hullbreaker.
There's an ace. Oh, great. I'll just put that down and, I got the 2 of spades here, and yes, let's try to kill the Nexus by myself, literally, as he gets booped into the fountain. And the rest of his team are like, no, we're just going to back.
Not even Hullbreaker is that good an item, Velvez.
As teleport number 2, okay, trying to get on in here. Cuz is going to go down. They're trying to kill Keria, and I understand why. As Arya's teleport might get some value here, but again, it is Owner and LeBlanc. But Owner on the Lee Sin, I should mention, is going to go down. Faker still on the run here, as he will hop back, and it does look like T1 are ready for him, as even into the clone, he will go down. So KT gets something, but you got to take care of your base as well.
Just the absolute state of this game that this happened, and that T1 is still like 7k gold up. They're just sitting there, well, maybe that was a bit much. Maybe having Zeus just try the 1v4 and the Nexus and overextending into double teleport on the same flank ward, by the way, was a bit much. Not necessary, and it's really, I think, aiming that keeps this game alive, at least to a certain extent here. Straight up runs Gumayusi down, and Black Shield does very little.
Did he get 1,001 gold?
Yes, that's I mean, like, I actually do think that in a game that was remotely close, that shutdown would be insanely valuable, because it gets your 1 win condition for the side of KT off to such a cracking start, but I don't think that is this game, Veldis. But hey, if T1 does 2 more times, we got a game on our hands. But I don't think.
No, I don't believe so. We do have a binding on live as Keria is trying to make a fight happen here onto his counterpart. Part. There we go. Got it in the end. And yeah, T1, I mean, with their lead, they can just go ahead, take down the Baron. And yeah.
Clearly, Zeus has noticed that there has been one PvE objective that he hasn't gotten yet, and he's trying to grind, and like he really wants to get his 3 out of 3 on his
final
quest.
boss, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, this is a group quest, but I think I can solo it. You know, it's kind of hard. Like, I have to fight against a lot of enemies as Zeus is being blocked by a big Gragas.
He's breaking the hole!
And here comes the rest of KT. Just trying to get on in here. The Baron is there. Zeus trying once again to chop down the Nexus, but 0 and 5. And the Nexus will live. But he doesn't care. He's so far ahead.
Okay, hear me out. We know that the younger players within the LCK, not just T1, but younger players in the LCK, are more notorious for also watching Europe. I think Zeus has just watched a little bit too much of the Baus, and he's just like, no, I'm going to get it eventually. That objective is getting lower and lower.
Yeah. You know, I mean, if you watch enough, you can also go 0-5 on your gravestone. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, he's doing a good job with the split. I think T1 as a team are having a bit of fun.
Well, they clearly are. And also, like, unironically, the fact that the Nexus is half-half means that we also saw Faker path towards it, right? Like, basically anyone that spends half a second on it now is gonna one-tap it.
Yeah.
Which was the goal from the get-go. However, there is one thing that will make me just a little teeny tiny bit worried if you're a T1 fan, and that's aiming, who is half an item away of being a full build Jinx. And
it's Powder.
Hey, the rest of his team might not be having a good time, but it doesn't matter as long as they can peel for him. Because why did you go for Prowler's Claw after you went Hullbreaker?
For the gap close.
No, I know, but I feel like I'm missing some consistency there.
Yeah.
In terms of itemization.
A little bit, yeah, I would say.
To a certain extent.
I think that, you know, you were talking about like 1 or 2 or 3 things that needed to happen where T1 makes some mistakes, but Aiming is very much enjoying all of this extra farm as well. I mean, he's going to all these lanes, he's taking down the super minions, he's stopping the push from coming in, and he's pretty much untouched for the last 3 minutes.
Inipsa a back up.
Okay, really nice follow flash there from Aiming. As that is going to be Owner going down. Aiming gets a kill as Cuz is in the back line here. Trying to shut him down, but he's going to get taken out. And now Aiming is low on health as they're just going to go in on the Nexus once again. They're not even taking down these inhibitors. They just don't seem to care. And Gumayusi is so fed that he really doesn't have a care in the world. He's just going to outrange them all. He goes in onto Aiming as the Onos come in, and down will he go. As now Faker's trying to take out the Nexus. Are you kidding me? I don't think he's going to get this here. KT are going to defend as Faker will get taken out outside of the Zhonyas, and the Nexus will live again.
I thought it was 3 out of 3 for the quest of Zeus to get the Nexus, but I think this is 1 out of the 3 fights you need to win as KT to get back into this game. We're getting there, Valdez. As T1 just either all run at the Nexus and do this, or don't.
There's a little bit of the dilly-dallying
both
right now,
of those plans are completely fine with how far ahead you are. But you
do one of them.
You can't do all of them at the same time. Because, like, unironically, if while this is happening, while Zeus is walking up, Guma and Karya and Faker just all, like, flash in and just order the Nexus, it dies. Right? Like, that's fine. But instead, Aiming is, I mean, he can't get more fed, so I guess that's something. And also there are 3 inhibitors down, so you can never actually leave your base at all. And if T1 sync up the minion waves, they can just end because there is no defense whatsoever. And we're still only 32 minutes into the game, so even if they ace them, even if T1 get aced, like at most they get like the outer, and maybe an inner or 2, right?
Yeah.
And then they need to get aced again, like 10 minutes later, and then KT would win.
Yep. Which is still why, you know, we're laughing. But at the same time, I mean, Aiming is so strong. He does incredible amounts of damage. Look at that bottom lane, though, as Faker is going in. The Rek'Sai is going to stop him, and Aiming again is going to stop T1 as a team. The minions, though, are really getting on in there. So they're trying to get some work done onto this Nexus, but the respawn of the minions here from the side of KT might be enough. Owner gets in there, kills the support. He's got GA. As Faker's still roaming around here, looking for his entry. He's going to try to jump in the back and get a couple of autos. He gets 1.
Look at the minions!
And the minions are going to get it. They will take down the Nexus. What an insane and weird way to end the game, but T1 got it done over the course of 10 minutes. I mean, a win's a win, I suppose.
I'm sure that's a game that none of us are going to forget anytime soon, Valdez. You can pick whichever reason you'd like for that. But I appreciate it. This could have been just a one-sided affair. But we got the Winion win. Got Zeus finally finishing his quest.
Did you vote for the Winions on your POG vote?
I should have. Yeah. What do you say about a game like that? I'd like some time to think about it, so
I mean, it felt like solo queue, right? Like that's, except in solo queue, what happens is you're not quite that far ahead, and there's no coordination, so it looks even worse than that, and so everybody just goes in over and over, and then the enemy AD carry just kills everybody and wins the game. T1 get away with it because they were so far ahead, and they had a lot of mobility champions, I think, you know, which is probably the only reason why they were going for such an insane strategy, if you can call it that. As you mentioned, you know, they could have just grouped up as 5 and pushed inhibitors and done it the normal way, but they decided to do it this way.
And none of this damage is relevant. What we need to see is total damage dealt to structures.
To Nexus.
That's the only relevant damage. And Yeah, I think looking at the gold graph and then the 2 aces for KT really tells the whole story of this game. This was, barring the first 5 minutes, start to finish, T1 in full control, and they could do whatever they wanted. And what they wanted to do was have some fun.
What's that? Guys, we are going to take a little bit of a break and throw it over to the analyst chairs. We'll see you after.
잡았거든?
안 빼야 돼.
지금.
핑크스
시바 맞췄다.
맞췄어.
맞긴
나도
했거든.
죽긴 했거든 우리도.
근데 천천히 해봐. 나도 안 좋아. 아래 안 좋긴 해.
끝나긴 해 이거. 이거 계속 유지해봐.
해볼래? 르블랑 가서? 오케이.
나 이대 이기로 하거든?
시작 끌어봐.
니들 닦은 거거든?
어.
닦아줄게 이거.
넥타이 노공이긴 하고.
미니언이랑 같이 싸워.
어때?
오케이.
천천히?
할만해.
갔다 오지 마.
해봐.
카이팅 하면 돼 카이팅.
넥타이 노공이야.
카이팅을 해야 돼.
캐리!
잠깐만.
캐리 그냥!
죽었다.
끝났자. 캐리!
내 게임이
왜
어렵냐. 콩닥콩닥한데?
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 최고로 씩한 컨텐츠.
이게 정말 공부가 될까 하고 의심하지 마세요. 어떤 상황에서든 유용한 표현만 쏙쏙 골라서 가르쳐드립니다.
울프쌤과
정현쌤의
내일 클래스. 오늘도 믿고 따라와 보라고. 매주 LCK 친구에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 All of the Week. 지난주 리브 샌박스 대 젠지 경기를 한번 다시 볼까요?
The idea, just casually trying to kill the Nexus over here. Yeah, this is the Fiora situation. If Fiora comp gets ahead, this is what happens.
잘 큰 피오라가 혼자 바텀 억제기 미는 걸 보고 This is the Fiora situation. 이렇게 말하는데요. Situation, 상황, 위치. 하지만 굉장히 다양한 케이스에 쓸 수도 있는 단어예요. 한국어로도 이거 무슨 시츄에이션이지? 라고 말할 땐 황당하거나 예상 못하는 일이 생겼잖아요. 영어에서도 같은 뉘앙스로 써요. What's the situation? 아니, 이거 무슨 일이야? 어떻게 된 건데? 처럼 내 기분이랑 근거한 거 같이 표현할 수 있어요. 친구가 연애하고 싶다고 갈픽해놓고 너무 못해서 6대스나 했어요. Can we talk about the 0-6 연애 situation? 라고 하면 이 어이없는 상황에 대해 얘기 좀 할까? 라는 뜻이에요. This is the Fiora situation. 상황이라는 뜻 외에 situation이었어.
롤 챔피언 대사로 영어를 배우는 챔피언 세스. 랭크 게임을 플레이할 땐 전략적인 뱀픽이 아주 중요한데요. 그렇게 심사숙고를 해서 챔피언을 밴했을 때 쿨하지 못한 반응을 보이는 몇몇 친구들이 있더라고요. 오늘의 주제는 바로 뒤끝 장렬 챔피언 탑3입니다. 먼저 3위부터 살펴볼게요.
No cure for fools.
No cure for fools. 멍청한 데는 약도 없지.
3위는 바로 레알 클래스 첫 회의 주인공 야스오입니다. cure, 약, 치유하다, 낫게 하다라는 뜻인데요. 협곡에서 바람 타고 다닐 땐 쿨한 척 다 하더니 밴 당하자마자 바로 극딜을 넣네요. 이어서 2위 함께 보시죠.
More of a dog person, huh?
More of a dog person, huh? 고양이보단 개라 이거지.
2위는 협곡의 유일한 고양이 유미입니다. dog person이라는 재밌는 표현이 나왔죠. 단어 그대로 개 플러스 사람이라는 말이 절대 아니고요. 강아지를 좋아하는 사람이란 뜻입니다. Are you a dog person or a cat person? 이렇게 물어보면 너 강아지가 더 좋아? 아니면 고양이가 더 좋아? 라는 질문인데요. 유미라면 아무래도 I'm more of a cat person. 난 고양이가 더 좋아 라는 답이 듣고 싶겠죠? 그럼 마지막으로 뒤끝 장렬 챔피언 1위를 확인해 보시죠.
It's your funeral.
It's your funeral. 네 제슨 날이다.
1위는 바로 영혼의 길잡이 요릭입니다. funeral, 장례식이라는 단어까지 나왔으니 더 이상의 설명이 필요 없죠? 밴 한번 잘못했다가 아주 큰일 나겠어요. 지금까지 밴픽에서 가장 뒤끝이 심한 챔피언 탑3였습니다.
협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 rolling in the deep. 오늘 배울 단어는 바로 ult, ultimate, 궁극이입니다. ultimate 단어는 궁극적인 최후의, 최고의라는 뜻이에요. 한국에서 끙이라고 줄여 쓰는 거랑 똑같아요. 미드 라인전 하는데 상대편 정화가 갱 왔어요. 어쩔 수 없이 죽었는데 같은 팀원이 ult? 라고 치면 너 궁 안 써? 라고 물어보는 거예요. 이럴 때 팁 하나 알려주자면 채팅창에 길게 쓸 필요 없이 CD라고 치면 돼요. cool down. 난 궁 쿨이었어. 물론 진짜 쿨이었을 때만 써야 해요. 보지마 하면 다 티나요. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는
울프쌤과 정연쌤의 레알 클래스.
오늘은 situation, dog person 배워봤어요.
다음 시간에 또 만나요.
See you next time.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here to break down the telecom war. Very, very excited to go over this one. And it was a telecom war. It was not a tele-K-Ram.
No.
This was a telecom war by every single metric.
It had a little bit of everything. Talking about the draft really quick, because we do have a lot to get through with this crazy game. The Rek'Sai pick you and I are both calling for. We saw the Rise early, felt like a really strong way to get an early tempo lead. It's cause a lot of jungle picks were banned out. Really like the adaptation here, but it didn't work out in the end because it fell off very hard. KT overextending a lot of the time. My favorite pick, though, in this draft is the Morgana here that
Yeah.
Carrier picked up. Better than the the Lux, rather, with the Caitlyn. I'd love to see that Morgana back in pro play.
Yeah, Morgana's actually fantastic. It brings back a very old bottom lane duo that we've seen many, many times in the past, as of course the Caitlyn Morgana's been around since the beginning of time. But let's go into this Cuz Rek'Sai. I want to talk about how Cuz sort of came in to the LCK and really found a lot of his success on this pick. And you see in 2019, 15-2 on the pick. Of course, he was with a very different team, you know, like that was the Longzhu glory days, the Kingzone glory days, where he was so much more of a hard carry on a very strong team as well. But he does like to go back to it, and we've seen it sort of fall off. He hasn't really found the priority on it. He did manage to go 3-1 on the pick somehow a couple of years ago, but here, not necessarily the same champion.
You can see his build was, quite unusual, the path he did end up taking. He started the Hullbreaker, which was talked about to death, I think, on the cast. Does give him a lot of dueling power against Lee Sin in the jungle, can counter jungle a lot, but didn't really get to utilize that too much, was found and picked, despite having a great 2-0 lead in the game, which we'll get to in a moment. Did not work out for him. I don't hate the build, but it was quite unusual. I don't know if we'll see it again.
Yeah, it felt like he put a whole lot of money into a Hullbreaker and then got no money for the rest of the game. So that's a pretty good indication that it didn't quite work out. Let's go into our first highlight, though, as this one is just Cuz being able to make that early game work. He did manage to get the money to buy his Hullbreaker.
Yeah, and he punishes the fact that the Caitlyn Lux, or rather the Caitlyn Morgana in this case, are pushed up super far, right? And this is something we see a lot of the time when the Caitlyn jungler is not actually defending against this type of play, so Cuz gets the picks here, and then it comes in a second time. Now the second one is actually really cool because notice where the Ryze is on the map. They sneak it. Arya comes down to the bottom lane. They know there's those two control wards you can see in both brushes here. So he actually sneaks around the bottom, and then Cuz comes through on the other side of those wards on the right side there. So really nice pincer movement there. That's the Ryze synergy we have with this Rek'Sai pick that we're seeing from specifically KT Rolster. We love these early game comps. They got the early lead, but then it fell apart later on.
It definitely did. Let's get into the next highlight and really illustrate things falling apart. By the way, we're still at basically over a kill a minute. At this point in time, as this was Owner coming in and saying, this is my dragon. He dies, but then the rest of KT also dies.
KT spent a lot of time looking for dives, looking for single target picks, and then overextending for them led to T1 just cleaning them up in so many of these really great team fights. Like Faker had a fantastic game on LeBlanc, punished some of these overextensions, so did Guma when he had the chance to. And obviously it's a Morgana, so she's extremely difficult to lock down, right? She's gonna have her black shield all the time, and there were just so many moments like this where KT just find themselves trapped on the red side of the map, like, oh, we can't get out of here, we've gone too far, we've gone too deep.
And also, like, the clear range advantage is so apparent in this moment, right? It's just aiming that is able to shoot people from a long way away, and that becomes a real difficulty.
The Gragas, too, didn't really have much functionality outside of the early game. We thought maybe we'd see a little bit more attention to the top side of the map, too, which is why they pick it, right? Have that CC with the Rek'Sai. Doesn't work out in some of these extended trades. The Graves is going to do way more damage.
That's exactly right. We have one last replay of this absolutely insane game. This was the backdoor attempt #1 for Zeus, who got a lot of value out of his Hullbreaker, really demonstrating how to best use that item.
I mean, at this point, they had both Nexus turrets down, all the inhibitors except the bottom here, so T1 just repeatedly trying to end the game. And on one hand, I think it's a little bit of showmanship because they definitely could have played it cleaner, quote unquote, but on the other hand, they're so far ahead that you might as well go for it. I think the real story of this is how heroically KT defended, but it didn't amount to anything because the lead was 10,000 at this stage, and with all of your inhibitors down, all of your Nexus turrets down, at any moment T1 can end. Now, they tried and failed several times, but it was still, I think, a really exciting way to end the series. I think T1 definitely gave us some fun moments here for the fans, as this is another defense here again. Very heroic from KT, dealing with the minions well, shutting Faker down here. But even with all that shutdown gold and the standing gold on the map with all the bounties, they weren't able to turn it around. They never got out of their base after that.
I don't think they managed to kill more than one turret in this game, which is definitely a big thing. Let's check out the player of the game, though. Bring that one up on your screen. It will be Carrier. I thought that he was absolutely amazing on this pick. Thought it was a bit of a no-brainer. Just played absolutely fantastically in the first Morgana game we've seen this season.
Yeah, I really like to see Carrier play more of this with the Caitlyn in the bottom side of the map. And He was super aggressive too. After the first 2 picks came down, then Owner, after power farming quite a bit, gets level 7, starts being a little bit more active on the map once he has his kick available. In so many of these fights where Keria actually just baiting KT into bad situations, turning with a binding, having his black shield, and he just really played Morgana to her fullest, right? He's walking up with these black shields, getting roots down, hitting big ultimates, and really set up Faker in a lot of these fights, eventually gave Gumayusi the power later on. And it was a clean game from him. I want to see how many votes he picks up here. Almost all of them, but it's somewhat split. Faker picking up. Faker was my second choice.
Yeah, I really like the fact that there's, you know, a couple of nods over to Faker, but honestly, like, the way that Keria wrestled back that game after a difficult early game for the bottom side of the map, absolutely fantastic stuff. Really, really cool to see.
For sure.
Yeah, but I think that we now have Game 2 ready, so let's get into some more Telecom War, hoping for more massive amounts of kills in the next game as well.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for breaking that one down as well as you possibly could have. As we are getting Gideon in for game number 2. Cuz did well, I think, in the first 5 minutes, but after that wasn't able to do too much on the rec side. So they're giving Gideon a second chance.
And we've seen teams in the past be revitalized, but we've also already seen Gideon, and I don't feel like he really changes the identity of this team. And I think that as KT, it's a really tough ask, because I don't really know what you do after that first draft. I think that T1 kind of outdrafted you in a lot of ways. You were able to find at least a little bit of punish, find what should have been a great lead that you can then leverage into more mid-game advantages, but then they just got straight up outplayed, and I don't know if there is a specific draft that is really going to swap that up, and I don't know if the existence of Gideon is going to change this team to that point. So I think for T1 here, it's really easy drafting. Just go for, honestly, similar styles of what you went for before. It's KT that needs to show us something different here, and maybe be a little bit more careful with the early Leona prio into a team that is so happy to give their star support the R5 counter pick, and he'll use it.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot underestimate what Keria is able to do with that counter pick, even by giving red side once again. I don't blame KT. Blue side, I feel like at this point is better, but
agreed.
You have to draft around it if that is going to be what you do decide to choose. Now, they are going to ban the Caitlyn this time around. Last time they did ban Xinjiao and then Zeri third. So we'll see how KT mix up their bans and their picks from here on out.
Honestly, on blue side, maybe just leave Zeri open and first pick it. It's not a pick that's invulnerable. It's a pick that definitely still has some weaknesses. As I like the Rise ban, because I think that KT felt kind of hamstrung by feeling forced to pick that up, to not give it to T1, who are 100% going to swipe it otherwise. And now you also force the Zeri ban here, because if KT can just pick that up on first pick blue side, you're always going to be very happy. Does mean, though, that the situation that T1 was able to create last time around, where they were able to deny the Lee for either Rascal or Gideon, not a possibility here. And considering the flex potential, great first pick here from KT.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, T1 could try to get on the Poppy train, if that is what they want to go for. But, of course, there are a lot of other picks that are still available. The Xinjiao, notably not banned this time around, also the Jarvan. So that's a couple of junglers that you could consider. Does feel like we're going to see Aphelios here for Gumayusi, as it does get locked in.
Wouldn't mind a fresh game here. I think that
Who's
is
that?
a... It's so good.
Who's Thresh?
Valdez.
We don't know about that champion here in the LCK.
I know you're joking, but like at the same time, it's just been ignored so much, and I don't know if it's because of the popularity of the Nautilus. Is very good. Owner found the right champion, the one that does everything and doesn't need to snowball early game and isn't relying on setup to do anything. Very, very nice. And this has been the answer of KT. I think Aiming had an exceptional game, even though his team obviously got bullied. This is the safer pick, and one that I don't mind as much, as it's going to be a Kench, isn't it? I feel like it's...
Timothy Kenshin.
I want to see Thresh, but it's probably Kench.
Yeah, just pick LeBlanc again. I feel like Faker's going to be good on that into pretty much anything. Ooh, Thresh, he exists. Welcome back, Thresh. It's been a while, buddy.
I'm so happy.
And it's Curious Thresh as well.
I'm so happy. I'm not too happy about Aphelios still being matched. I do think that the matchup has shifted to the point where the Aphelios or the Jinx into the Aphelios is more of a handshake than it is a true counter. And I do think that there are still a lot of picks that can actually punish this early Aphelios prio, even into players as good as Gumayushi. But we don't really see teams utilize that. And as long as teams are not going to get punished, they're not going to change it up. So it's not too surprising that there are no big swaps in terms of draft. The Fresh being back is really good. Obviously, Flay is a very high value into both the Lee and the Leona. And in addition to that, it both enables Owner to play more aggressive, and it provides a lot more survivability for Zeus in mid to late game fights.
Tryndamere banned again, and might just be another Graves pick here for the side of Zeus.
Oh yeah.
Seems likely, unless KT want to ban it out here. And it is Life who's being communicated this, and he did mouth it, and they actually will go for the Graves ban.
So now you look Gwen, and you're completely happy if you're T1? Because Jace is back.
Okay.
Okay. Never mind.
Baker Zari is coming to the Rift once again. Welcome back.
That's a throwback. Very excited to see that happen. And much more exciting, a blind pick Ahri over the expected Gwen lock-in here. And now, is it going to be top Lee or is it going to be Gideon here? I like the Gwen pick away a lot.
Yeah, I mean, with what's banned already, it's easily blindable. Gwen, very strong, very top tier here in the top lane. And it will be the Gwen, of course. So what will we see out of Zeus? Will it be something like a Gnar? Will it be something like a Gragas? Stuff we've seen him play and be reliable with before? Or is he really going to flip the tables,
do it,
and play Quinn?
Hullbreaker
or
Quinn.
Draven?
I think at this point, Carrier is clearly just letting us have some fun. The main counters towards the Gwen are the Tryndamere and the Akali that are, or rather the Jace and the Akali, both of which are not available. But Jax has slowly been climbing as a pick that I think does not only well into the Gwen, but also has considerable amount of value into the Lee with the counter strike. In terms of 2v2 power, and as I say that, I wonder, because I wouldn't actually mind this if KT sticks with this. The Ghost does signal that it's going to be the Gwen, but specifically because it's Rascal, I wouldn't have minded the flip, but I do think that Gwen into a Xin Zhao is not going to feel great for the Gwen if you at any point get bullied early on. Although I do remember a certain game where Canyon on Gwen jungle killed
Interesting.
Owner specifically level 1. Still lost the game.
Yeah.
Owner can't be tilted. Can be done.
He's very reliable as well, and I think he'll be just fine here on the Xin Zhao. Thought maybe the Poppy would have been nice, but it was pretty early. And they will go for the tier pick, as this is going to be the roster, the lineup, the composition from KT Rolster. They're once again rolling back the Jinx Leona in the bot lane.
And overall, a great comp, I think. A lot of scaling for KT. You're really looking to get to that mid to late game escorted by your Lee Sin. Gideon gonna have a tough job here because there is so much setup in every single lane for Owner. There's Counter-Strike, there's Charms, there's hooks. But if you can navigate those early game threats, then the prowess of a straight up 5v5 in the later stage of the game should be exceptional for KT. Just get there. It's easy, Valdez.
Yeah, just get there and win. Seems easy enough.
Yeah, just skill.
That has been kind of the strategy for a lot of teams, actually, in the LCK.
Yeah.
Just scale, and don't worry about the early game. It's fine, because it's the LCK. Orianna's picked here once again. I'm not really sure how to feel about Orianna currently. It's got a win rate that's pretty decent, as Arya decides, okay, I'm going to go for a ward, and he has to flash. So not only do you have a chance to gank every single lane, but now there's an Orianna with no flash against an Ahri with flash. We'll see how safe Arya has to play.
And well, good luck is all I can say on that one, because that is really, really bad if Owner can find a punish. Now, I would love for Faker to try and manipulate the wave to be able to actually set up for Owner. Because if he sets up a freeze near a turret, Aria can't walk up as long as they don't know where Owner is. And we didn't actually get the cam on mid, but I did see Faker. Not sure if it was pulling the wave or setting up for an early shove so he can get a bounce. Regardless, though, like without flash, Faker can flash charm, Owner can just go for a flash knockup. There is so little that you can do against that. And I wonder how Aria is going to deal with this, because if T1 wants to punish that window, they definitely can. Faker, great win rate on the Ahri, but hasn't played her for that many games. And I think that the games that we saw of Ahri thus far within the LCK and or Challengers have not really given us a conclusive opinion on is this champion actually really strong, right? Is
Inclusive / negative.
We just don't know. Jury's still out. It's not a Corki where we're like, yes, this champion is super broken, please. I get rid of it. Get it out. And we have seen the volatility that she introduces into later stages of the game where the pick potential can be exceptionally strong. I think that the Ahri and Lee combo is one that goes a really long way back, and it kind of felt similar to what now is the Lee and the LeBlanc, right? Where you hit a single skill shot and it all just chains into each other very nicely. As outside of the mid lane, as I said earlier, I think that Gideon is going to have to do his best job to track Owner and keep his team alive. Like this timing here from Life. Really good.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, Faker is in a very safe place in the lane. He's not necessarily pushing it in at this moment in time, but the bottom lane timing definitely very good for him to get on the map. As you mentioned, you know, you kind of have to show some focus around this lane with the Orianna with no flash. I think that's a bit of what they're doing. Gideon also around this area, seeing if he can get a little bit of damage, you know, just to help out Aria without his summoner.
Ooh, Wave is pushing. It's going to be a really good ganking opportunity here. Rascal only has Ignite.
Okay, they're going for it. He's in the mist as jumping in here is Owner. The knockup comes in, and first blood will be handed over to Owner on the Xin Zhao.
I think they wanted to give that one to Zeus, but not quite able to, as Rascal was getting towards the turret. Don't want to get the risk of getting ignited, taking another shot, but you'll still take it. Now teleport gonna have to be used, as both top laners do, as Aria finds a hook, but I don't think it's gonna lead to too much, because it is Leon after all. She doesn't really care as much, but nice timing there from Owner, not going for the scuttle, but instead opting to look for a collapse when Rascal has a shoving wave. And now, nice early lead, but look at that flash time on Aria. So far he survived and might be able to actually get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, he should be fine, I would imagine, from here on out, but we'll have to wait and see for Faker's level 6 timing. He might even be able to push Aria out of the lane alone, right, just because of that pressure with the Spirit Rush. And we'll have to wait and see how that does go, as Zeus getting in there for the cannon. Gotta be careful. I like that focus on the top side because, you know, we talked about Orianna without flash, but Gwen doesn't have flash either, even though she is immune. But, yeah, just very standard. No ghost either on Rascal. Just get the job done.
This is also a matchup that is a lot more volatile than the previous one that we saw, where Zeus was able to kind of ignore as... Oh, boy.
Well, this is basically what we expected. The charm is going to miss, and it will be the kill. Faker does have to flash for it. Follow-up hook onto Gideon, but, you know, not the cleanest, but it doesn't matter because they got the job done.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you have to trade some flashes to get that kill, that's still really, really big. Actually, utilizing the punish on the play there that Aria made on level 1. Really nicely done. Getting Faker ahead a little bit early on, I think, is a great call. As I was saying before this happened, and something that we need to talk about a little, and it's that Zeus got a counter pick on top and is still 20 CS behind despite the gank. And I do think that the attention paid by Owner is very, very relevant, because this is not the type of matchup where you can fall behind. This is not a whole breaker Graves.
Uh-oh. Just walking into it here, sorry. Gotta be careful. Big engage on the bottom side from Life, it looks like. Bunch of damage on the Keria, but the hook! Follow up onto the bottom side. Keria will go down. Nice zap here from aiming, but the fact that they're able to trade one back is very nice for the T1 bot lane.
Ooh, might be a window here. Aiming is shoving. Faker has the ultimate available. I don't think this is going to end well for aiming.
Oh, man. Yeah, aiming way overstayed here. He has cleanse and flash, but it just doesn't matter. The damage is there, and that's going to be a kill handed over to Gumayusi.
And this is something that I think he should have seen coming. Could have backed a little bit earlier there. The moment that he got the shove, the wave was going to push in anyway, but trying to get a little bit greedy as, yeah, just beautiful timing here. The fact that Keria uses his flash here does mean that, of course, he's going to get taken down later, but exactly what you want to see, right? When the timer is down, try and use it as much as you can.
Take a little bit of a look what happened here was X-Flash, actually. We got a play on live. The hook comes down, and Owner and Keria are trying to kill this Orianna. They will get the job done. Keria, very worth that he picks up the kill there. He deserves it, I suppose.
Wow, what a shocker. Keria's really good at Fresh. Wow. I know. What a...
Wait, who? Which champion?
What an unorthodox and surprising...
Is his name again? Fresh? Yeah.
Don't say Fresh. Come on.
I said Fresh.
It didn't sound like it, Val.
I'm sorry, I messed up. But I meant Thresh, of course. I'm just happy to see him back
I think
in the LCK.
I think Zeus is not very happy.
He's not having a great time up here, actually. He is trying to get on top of Rascal here. The flash comes down as Faker is making his way up, but he decides, well, the Lee Sin with this kick available is still too much. I'm just going to have to give that one up.
And this is a great job from Rascal. We talked about it at the top of the day. Rascal is the main pressure point available here for KT. And I think the previous game, yeah, Zeus ran into the base, ignoring enemies a bunch of times, but I don't think that the game was really indicative. However, in this scenario, is straight up just getting trounced in the 1v1 by Rascal when given the counter pick. And that is not a situation that is feeling great as...
Oh, the kick, but the smite goes the way of Owner. We've seen that kick away and smite win from Lee Sins all the time, but
come on,
it did not happen. And Guma is just soloing Mountain Drake as this is happening. T1 are getting really everything at this point.
T1 are really wanting that 9-0, and they also avoided that game number 1. It looked like a moment like it might happen after all, but clearly didn't. And with how this game has been going, yes, I think Rascal has been doing an exceptional job on the top side of the map, but outside of that, you have Aria, who has struggled so much as...
Yeah, this is a rewatch of what happened down on the bottom side. Keria just going a bit aggressive with the Hex Flash. Not sure about it, but I suppose he trades one back. Nice little grab at him into hook combination there.
And this is the play that we saw earlier, as it is just Keria.
No more replays, please. Not in this series. There's just way too much action. Zeus is trading very aggressively under this turret, but they don't know where the Lee Sin is. Meanwhile, I guess he just vigiled her to death.
You know it's a crazy game when the LCK observers can't keep up. Like that doesn't happen often.
First time ever?
10 minutes in, 9 kills.
Wow.
Unheard of.
Setting records.
Specifically in LCK gameplay, just want to reiterate that. There are other regions where this happens a lot more often. But we're not used to it. But if we look at who benefits most, then it is obviously the 6-skill T1, especially considering that Gumayusi sitting on 3-0 Aphelios, and that doesn't end well.
Looking for it here. The point-blank charm is going to be enough. Baker sets it up beautifully, and once again, his team is right there. We talked about it before. I mean, Arya's just not going to have a fun time in this game, and the flash loss at level 1 is just making it worse.
And I love the play from T1. They're playing so well around the pick potential that this Arya has, right? Like, consistently doing so as, yeah, Keria's playing very aggressive.
He's having so much fun.
He's having a lot of fun. And then Guma actually being able to get the kill here. With the
feels like 200 years ago that happened. Get it? Because Aphelios is really strong.
I was trying to ignore I'm now also still, I think fans, or rather the Jury's still out on Ahri, although this is obviously a very, very convincing game thus far. I do know that Orianna is not the play. I feel like you need something that can dodge charms, maybe, or mitigate the dashes. We saw Vega hover. Do feel like Vega would have been. I think Vex is a possibility as well.
Yeah, we got a fight down here, up here on the top side as Rascal will go down. Zeus just gonna kill him under the turret, and this time Rascal getting a little bit overeager. Maybe trying to make something happen for his team, but he gets punished.
Well, something's happening, but it's not a good thing for KT, unfortunately for them, as they will probably get zoned off of the turret here as well.
He's so crazy.
Yeah, no, he doesn't care. And they got the first roam with Faker coming in as well. And even if Arya was here, right? Like, he's sitting on a Lost Chapter and a Blasting Wand. I don't think a 9-0 call here is premature, because this is just utter domination from T1 here. Now, of course, after last game, let's calm down a little.
They've shown a propensity to have a bit too much fun. Channel their inner LEC. As we're getting in there, KT is trying to make a play happen, but Gumayusi is going to get some room. Owner is in the back line, but he's still fighting. He's still going forward. As that shockwave, it looked like it did negative damage. As a follow-up hook, and Keria is still alive, finally goes down, but he enables a couple more kills, and it might even be another one. Aiming is trying to make another thing happen. As a fight on the top side, finally Rascal will find the solo kill. But what does it matter at this point? T1 are just, they've already closed the door.
This is certainly a lot of action happening right in front of our eyes. And you said the shockwave doing negative. It actually did nothing, because Zinzao's ultimate is so strong. So Arya, yes, he gets the knockback, but it doesn't actually do that much outside of it, as honestly, I don't know, Rascal. You need a little bit of time to
Miscalculation.
Yeah, you need the time, right? If Jax can just one combo you, then needles or no needles, you're not actually going to be able to get all of them off. And then look at the value of the Zinzao ultimate here. It's just... Oh, Arya was
gruesome.
Yeah, it's just insane. The fact that Owner survives throughout all of this is ludicrous. Arya, that flash was not it. And
the second we got good bruiser items into the game, Xin Zhao just became S tier.
Yeah.
And it hasn't changed since.
As when you actually do get your full needles and you have Riftmaker as Gwen, you win almost every 1v1. There's of course scenarios where you don't, but that's kind of what the champion does.
I love how we cut back to this.
Yeah, the solo kill doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Not one bit. And it's kind of hard for me to kind of try and digest with all of you what is happening here, because there is too much happening, and it all points into a single direction, and that is a T1 stomping, honestly. And that is an unfortunate scenario, because I was maybe expecting some KT performance like we saw them have against Gen G. Gen G, of course, a team with their own issues, but...
Okay, well, we're going to have the engage here on a Faker. He's stunned from 100 to 0. Even a rocket sails by, which they did not need. But just to add insult to injury, watch this. There are objective bounties already on the map. So they're going to pick up this Drake and get some extra gold on the back of it here for KT.
Well, that's good. That's something at least. And do remind you that as much as we're joking around, and especially considering how the first game went, I think that is completely warranted. KT has a comp that scales monstrously well. And yes, they are very far behind in terms of items. But this is not like game number 1, where T1 can sit on their lead and just like have fun. Right, and go in and auto nexuses and then get taken down and then do it again and again and again. You do need to make sure that the amount of gold that's being funneled into KT doesn't get too far out of hand. Now, with the lead that you have, it's still almost 4K. As I say, the turret goes down, so it will actually be 4.2, 4.3K. There's still a Herald available. So all that is required from T1 is to just play it out. Honestly, at this point, if you group and you start shoving down more of these objectives, you should be in a prime position, because your 1-4 or 1-3-1 the faker part of that into Arya is going to be great. Zeus into Rascal, not so much.
Yeah, and I love how Rascal is really trying to abuse that side lane. He is just pushing relentlessly, essentially, never giving any time over to Zeus to get any items or to do anything really. And so that is the one thing that's going very well for KT, I suppose. Everything else, not so much. As we do have a bit of pressure over here around this blue buff. Just total vision denial from the side of T1, which is really nice to see.
I thought Carrier was going to go. Oh,
Gideon?
Goodbye.
You're playing into Ahri and Thresh. That ain't it. You don't have vision. I mean, somebody's got to go in there and try to get vision back, but I don't think you can really do it alone at this point.
Do they? There's no objective up.
True. They don't need to do it right now.
Yeah.
Eventually.
I mean, definitely eventually.
Okay, life is Leona. Do they have the damage to push through the Eclipse? Gumayusi he certainly thinks so as the ult comes down! And the nuke from long range. Guma will pick up another kill.
That's another turret going down here. It's unlike game number 1, T1 are clearly saying, well, we have the lead. Let's actually play it out. Let's show that game number 1 was just us having a little bit too much fun. And I like the build from Rascal, as you're pointing out. I think that side laning is your only option as KT, but then the core issue is, as we see there, is that the engage for T1 is great. You win in only a single side lane, so yes, Nashor's Tooth is going to have a lot of value there, but your disengage is not amazing. Your Orianna is still insanely far behind. And yeah, that was a blind chomp, but that doesn't really matter because, as you said, like there's no reason for you to walk up there.
Yeah, it's possible they had like residual vision
Maybe
after he threw the Q, and he thought it was gone, but actually it wasn't. And so Faker was like, "Kick W, I'm just gonna kill you, I guess."
It also doesn't matter, right? Like even if that wasn't there, that's just
Faker.
You don't need to go up as Rascal.
Yeah, he's trying to make this happen here. No mist, and Rascal he maybe even go down to just Faker. Here come the needles though, as the hook comes in, and 3v1 is enough to in fact take out the Gwen.
Key thing there with the Gwen, of course, is just making sure that she can't get the multi-man needles. That's when the champion truly feels unfair, and with the amount of CC available there from T1, very nicely done. Not going to give any such window into the game. Arya is just side laning, will now have finished his Luden's Echo, but overall the itemization of T1 is so far ahead. And the point I was talking about where you might look at KT being able to match again with the gold deficit that they're working from right now, you're talking those 2 aces from the previous game, gotta really need to get those again.
Yeah,
I don't think that T1 will give you an opportunity. It's kind of a shame because, as mentioned previously, I think this could have been a very exciting series, but this just feels like T1 is stomping in every single lane.
It just feels like total T1 supremacy.
It is.
It is.
It is. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy, right? And yeah, I mean, KT were able to do it against Gen Z, but they can't do it against T1, I suppose. And I don't think that KT are quite playing as well, but you do have to hand it to T1 with how well they are playing to make this all happen. Just, it feels like every maneuver that they make, it has 100% certainty, and it's been very nice to watch so far. And as we see that Rascal, he's still in first in terms of XP on the Rift, but then there are 3 T1 players, and you can see the goal difference there. As I think T1 at this point, maybe they could go for a 20-minute Baron, but as you mentioned before, probably just want to get rid of as many mistakes as possible.
And that forces the flash. All Zeus needs and wants to do is just try and hold the wave as much as he can. Does have the teleport available, so does Rascal. And this is an extremely early Baron. The damage is very much relevant. And KT, with how far behind was, I can't fault them for not going for it. At the same time, giving this over might mean your base is going to be in shambles.
Yeah, they're just going to give it over. The TP comes in, and there's no way for Gideon to get in the pit, and they might even get some bonus kills on the backside of it. As Life, he's trying to frontline. He will have to give his life away. As you see, Guma picks up yet another one, 6-0 and 2. Carrier, he's not done yet. He picks up the hook after the flash. He really just, oh man, what an insane player. We are getting into the base now, and T1, I mean, maybe they just end it with Baron.
I think they could very well. There is no power available here whatsoever for the remaining members of KT. And 2 inhibs down at 21 minutes. What a dominating performance here from T1.
Yeah, they're just going to go in there. KT, one last defense, but I don't think anything's going to come of that. Guma, 2-fed. Gideon able to pick up 1, and actually we did get aiming with the kill from the fountain. Some low health bars, but Guma still up and fighting. Will T1 stick around? You know, after game number 1, I think they will, as they are going to take down Arya with a flash charm. It's a triple kill now for Guma. As aiming, you know, he's Jinx, but he's not quite as fed. It's not quite as late as game number 1. And I think T1 can just get the job done, clear the minions, and attack the Nexus. They'll go for the kill first onto aiming. Here comes Faker. He'll let the W try to do it, but he's not even going to get the kill. GG, T1 take it down with 20 kills in about 21 minutes.
Undefeated in the first round robin, T1 ends that 9-game win streak with a performance that shows why they've acquired it in the first place. None of the issues that I think we were maybe expecting come into today. No game 1 jitters. No drafts that leave us scratching our heads. It is pure dominance. As I don't know what that was.
That was the dance, the victory dance.
Not the best. If you had to criticize, you know, it's not the best day for Zeus. He's playing into Rascal. It happens, but overall, the level performance shown here from T1 showcase why they are in first place, and also sends a big message to Genji, to DRX, to Damwon Kia, and anyone else that might try.
Any
guys, yeah, you gotta step it up because this was beautiful dismantling of KT here today.
Yeah, and it really sets the tone for the round 2. I'm really glad that this is the final match of round 1. As I mentioned before, guys, here at the halfway point, we will move over to round 2 for our second match. And that means that, of course, it's the second round robin, so all the teams play each other once again. T1 are on top by far. I don't think that anyone really... That sign said, even though I don't really know LOL, I know Faker. Very, very true. Faker's actually a bit of a celebrity here in Korea, and for a good reason. But yeah, T1 are on top. Everybody else is a challenger, and I think they're in a tier of their own. I don't think that Genji have proven they can get up to that part. I don't think DRX are there. Certainly Damwon are not there. And that is the tone that's set for round 2 now.
Really exciting. And one can only wonder where this team else is going to go. And to flip it over for a little bit, for KT here today, their shining light in the top lane remained vigilant. Rascal, although the first game wasn't really given the matchup to do a lot, wasn't able to really do a lot, but that game was, again, lost on the rest of the map. And then the second game actually getting counterpicked on the Gwen, and then still having the impact that he did. I wanted to vote for Faker on his Ahri, but I had to vote for Carrier again because I want him to play more fresh, and I really want that lesson to be learned.
Yeah, well, you'll get more than your vote.
He'll add, I mean, he had 17 out of the 20 kills, right? Like, that's with a game as high tempo as this, even with a few silly deaths that he had, he was everywhere all of the time, and the only reason why I think this one is not one that you're going to forget about when it comes to Carrier playing fresh is because he's had what arguably was the best fresh game that we've ever seen in the LCK with the Predator fresh last year. So what you going to do, right? Like, there's just too much, because in another game where it maybe was more even, we would have talked about Faker back on the Ahri, actually making the pick look a lot better. Reminded me a lot of how teams play around LeBlanc, right? Actually utilizing mobility and the catch potential much more so than DRX did yesterday.
Yeah. No, I think, to be honest, I think that Faker's probably going to pick up the player of the game, partially because he's Faker, but also partially a lot of those picks.
A really good game.
A lot of the picks in the mid game, or in mid lane rather, were because of him, right? And a lot of them were also because of Carrier. So we'll have to see who does end up winning out on that. I think that Owner also had a great game. It's hard not to praise everybody when, of course, they won when they won in 21 minutes, right? Kind of reminds you of Damwon last year, where they used to just flat out stomp every single team in like 20 minutes, right? But this year it's T1.
Or does it remind you of old T1? Ah,
there you go. There you go.
Far enough back.
We're bringing it back. You just got to zoom out sometimes,
나
you
이거
know,
밟은다.
나 랜턴데.
맞아. 나 전면으로 온 거는
as we're listening into what they had to say at the end.
가고.
나이스. 천천히.
할만해. 얘 노스백.
레오나 15초.
나 랜턴 5초.
레오나 10초.
할만해.
They're calling like death timers,
이거 스페는 다 없을 거야.
like 10 seconds on
맞췄다.
Leona,
똑바가네.
stuff like
굿샷.
that.
야 죽여놔.
그래 줄게.
너가 아리?
Get him, get him.
나이스.
잡을래 이거?
Nice.
왜안 잡았어?
아니.
아닌데
Baker's very angry that he wasn't able to get the kill. It's like, what the hell, guys? Like, why'd you kill the Nexus? 22 minutes flat is going to be the number. And that makes for an extremely quick series. T1 just flattened them, basically. And yeah, again, it's the first round of spring. I think that T1 do have a bit of an advantage coming in with a very similar roster with Zeus, who's someone that's been within the team for a very long time. We'll have to see if anyone can really catch up because there is a bit of a gap right now, Chronicler.
Regardless of how it's going to look in playoffs, which is of course still very far away, we're at the halfway point, but also we're only at the halfway point. T1 is clearly setting the bar, and I do think that we have some other orgs that can match it, but they got to actually do that.
They got to actually prove they can win those games, and so far it hasn't happened. Let's see what the guys on the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space do have to say about this one. Let's hand it over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day as, man, it just continues. The telecom war was a telecom slaughter. Over 1.4 kills per minute or something like that. That was 28 kills in 22 minutes. Just ruthlessness coming out from T1.
This time more, way more on T1's side of the kill scoreboard. Last game was, you know, there was that funny ending that we had. This game was just domination from start to finish. They played out the macro well. Everybody had a part to play on T1's side, including Zeus, who lost out pretty hard to Rascal, but because there was so much pressure on him, T1 had control of the rest of the map and played super hard around this Ahri pick, which was played way more proactively than we saw from Zeka, to be totally frank, yesterday on DRX. And Faker was set up so many times by his jungler and his support.
No, I think it was actually fantastic. And I think that you can't really blame Zeka too much because it's the archetype of Ahri, right? That Faker knows extraordinarily well. This guy played Ahri quite a few times, but it was many years ago that he was on it. And she's a pick champion. She works so well in these pick skirmish style of compositions. And so if you have something like Thresh that's just unlocked from lane, especially when it's piloted by the best Thresh player I've ever seen in my life, Carrier. I mean, sorry, Mad Life, but like, this guy is just doing ridiculous things on the champion. It's just so beautiful to see how it works out when you do manage to escape the lane and cause all of that ruckus in the early to mid game.
Yeah, and it's also just a fact of T1 being an aggressive team, looking for openings. The early flash that Ahri lost as well meant that Faker had a lot more kill pressure there. And if you play Ahri around trying to threaten kills, around trying to push this Orianna out of the game, then you can start to snowball into a really fantastic spot with an early lead on the Ahri, getting those items online.
Exactly right, and let's have a look at some of these early leads as well as we go into our first highlight here. Is Carrier and Ona set up position, and this is right before Arya's flash does come down. It's a set play, right? Like this is, Arya did a good job of dodging the charm. That was actually really cool. But you can't get out of the way of the Flay without a flash.
Yeah, Faker was proccing Electrocute on Arya several times in lane repeatedly. This is another hook here to get the second pick onto Arya. And it's all again set up by Carrier because they also are controlling bottom lane so well that he has the freedom to roam. There's so many moments for Carrier in this game, like the turn that he had under turret with that hook that allowed Gumusi to pick back. Like, he played super well, and Owner was always where he needed to be to help him set up those plays. This was just like a clinic of how to play a perfect early game from T1.
Yeah, and we didn't even highlight the fact that the Xin Zhao parked himself on the top side of the map. They punished Rascal pretty effectively as well. Like, there were so many pieces of the T1 puzzle in the early stage of the game that just all worked so well together. I think Zeus didn't have the greatest of times, but Rascal solo kills everyone, so just don't take it too personally. Let's get into our second highlight here that we do have lined up of this absolute ridiculous fight on the bottom side. And look at Owner's positioning. Like, the fact that, like, he's here flashes out and then manages to turn that into even more aggression in CC. It's just insane.
He is able to guarantee that they can lock Arya down and then turns on to Gideon to make sure they can burst him first because they know they're going to get the kill there regardless, and they get both fronts of this. Aiming just barely walks away with his life, but just incredible mechanical skill, but follow-up there. Like, T1 have a lead, but a lot of teams would botch this execution, and maybe KT gets back into the game, they turn this, they get a few kills. Nope, not if you play it as perfectly as T1 did. I know this is just really us waffling on about how great T1 are, but they're 9-0. They did the perfect round robin, and they look to be by far our strongest team right now.
Yeah, and this is the 3-time World Championship team that have only done the 9-0 run, or the the perfect run, one other time, which is actually just kind of crazy to think about, right? So this shows that this is a T1 roster that certainly has some high hopes moving forward. Let's get into our final highlight here, as the Baron play into the pickoff was just so clean.
Yep, I mean, you've got the Baron secured, you're going to look for a turn here, and Life tries to hold this choke so they cannot actually funnel through and catch the rest of the team. He's successful in doing so. But T1, as we roll it forward here, are able to just go for another flash pick here. Look at the
Get over here, Gumishi. What are you doing walking to top lane?
I'll just go ahead and spoil my POG vote. It was really tough for me because I thought Zeus played extremely, or not Zeus, excuse me, Owner played extremely well too. And Faker was helping setting up a lot of that aggression. But that was the moment where I was like, all right. Yeah, Keria gets it.
Let's bring up Keria of the game here.
See who gets it.
He did
yes!
Back to back.
The honest double support for Keria. It's not just going to be, it's Faker, and there's a lot of talk about how close he's getting to his 1,000th game here, so he's just going to get it because he played Ahri. No, everybody respects that Keria carried this game so hard.
Yeah.
Oh.
He was extraordinarily good. He was absolutely everywhere on the map.
Not robbed.
Yeah, not robbed 100%. Means that we get to have a chat with just Keria by himself. I think Subin will be alongside after this in order to get his words about this match. But man, when Keria is on, it is just a sight to behold.
It really is. He makes teams like T1 just make Glacial Augment also seem extremely broken. It might just be broken in general, but when you can play around this insane area that you get when the hooks hit, it's just what do you do as KT? They're going to follow up, and they're going to follow up well. I want to see the votes here. Actually less split than I expected, but still a lot of respect shown to Owner.
That is, I am very proud of all of the voters here today, because I feel like those were the top two. I think that Owner had an amazing game. We saw that highlighted in our second highlight that we saw with just how well he was able to play around all the aggro and things like that. Absolutely amazing stuff. But let's get into the interview with Keria, as we do have them alongside, and Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POG interview translation, joined by T1 solo POG Keria. 9-0. That's the scoreline for T1 after first round robin. How do you feel? I'm happy for the perfect run and also this solo POG. Which one do you like better? Of course, round one perfect run. KT Roaster was the team to break Genji's undefeated record. And they are the team that always makes upsets. So what kind of mindset did you bring for this series? We weren't too worried about this matchup, to be honest. We just wanted to kind of watch out for Rascal, and that was about it. And do you think that worked well? Yes. I have a question about your Morgana pick. It was a stellar decision into Rek'Sai. So could you kind of walk us through that Morgana pick? There is very rare comp where Morgana pops off, and today was the day. I saw the right angle, so we decided to go for it. However, this champion always has to get a lead during the laning phase, so does that kind of reflect your confidence right now? Yeah, pretty much. We are having a very high spirit right now. In game number 1, we had a lot of Nexus failures from T1, You guys are trying so hard to get that Nexus with backdoors, but KT was, defending it all the time. Were you worried about the situation? I mean, not really, but after Jinx kind of picked up so many bounties, I was a little bit worried, but still, we weren't too worried. I was I didn't even think that we were just going to naturally win, but if we play well, we'll still be able to close out the game. So whose call was it? especially Zeus was going all in for the Nexus. It was, a team's call. We came up with that decision, and Zeus also had his own decision as well. And we had Ari having her appearance in game number 2, one of the points of the match as well. So was that Faker's opinion? During scrims and practice, whenever he plays Ari, other players, we kind of realized that his Ari is way better than other Aris. He has more details, and he's literally so good at the champion. Game 2 was so fast. It was a very fast-paced game, and you guys were able to force a flash out of Orianna as soon as the game started. And we had a lot of 3-man ganks on the mid lane, targeting Arya. Orianna made a mistake, so she had to use her flash early on. And also we were having kind of, laning phase on the bottom lane, and then as the Scalded Crab lost its vision, I thought that was the perfect time to roam up to the mid lane, and together with the jungler, we were able to group up as a 3 on the mid lane and go for a gank. And we had the fastest game of the splits. So what do you think was the most decisive play in game number 2? The moment when Owner still stole the Herald, I think. T1 is wrapping up the first round robin with a perfect score line. Are you satisfied with the performance and the result of first round? Well, except for the game number 1 against Sama and Kia, where Faker said I kind of trolled. Other than that, I'm pretty satisfied as well. Then moving on, what's your goal for round 2? Now that we have a clean score line for first round robin, we are very confident. We don't think we would lose to any opponents, but still we are not like 100% confident that we're gonna win anyone else. But still, I hope we can keep this high momentum. Your next opponent will be Nongshim Red Force. In the first round robin against Nongshim, we did struggle a little bit, so I hope we can prepare better and come back stronger. And this will be the end of the interview from Keria, and I'm going to throw it back to the Carpet Spice. Thank you.
It's a rug!
It is a rug, look! Oh man, Ji-sun, she normally knows, but she likes to mix it up, and I really do like that. You got to change the phrases every now and again. Let's bring up the standings and see how things have all wrapped up after the first round robin. That was, of course, the final game of it, and was pretty swift, but definitely an exciting one as well. As I believe that T1 will be in first place.
Pretty good. I'd say it's a pretty good prediction. Yeah, 9-game win streak,
there we go.
14. So really only dropping 4 games the entirety of the season. So 4 of those series end up going to a third one, but otherwise looked very clean. So it's going to be really hard for Gen.G, DRX, and Damwon Kia to keep up with them as we head towards playoffs. It's very likely they'll be our first seed.
No, absolutely. The other things that I'm looking at are those the W's in the final column of these standings. The 6 wins in a row for DRX is very, very promising. Gen.G being able to find 1 back, but Kwangdong Freaks also finding some victories here, and it looks like things are moving towards a lot of what our expectations were. I think that Nongshim need to have a few more weeks with their main roster to really get back into what we expect for them as far as their standings position, but otherwise things kind of shaking up as expected.
Yeah, I think things are starting to go a little bit back to normal. We're also seeing rosters coming back to normal, and Gen.G, finally, they're the first team to play in this new round robin with their full roster back. No one in the COVID jail anymore. Doran is back.
Exactly right. Let's see what the full roster of Gen.G can do after quite a long break. T1 really making short work of KT here, so make sure you find something to do in the meantime, and we'll see you back here for Gen.G versus Live Sandbox in a little while.
elephant in the room at the moment is the elephant everyone's scared of and is wearing masks because of, and it's the good old virus. It's been running around for a while. You may have heard of it. It's been affecting our players, and there's a bit of a debate, even among us, about what the right course of action is when we're having so many of our players benched and so many challenger players being brought up sort of to save the day in order to get these teams to actually play. And like, is that the right choice? Do we want to just like wait and see when these teams are actually healthy enough to play? I don't know. I guess I'll open the floor. Valdez, can you start us off? What's your sort of take on all of our players falling ill and the answers that Riot has had?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to turn this into a Joe Rogan podcast, but I think that, you know, as with the new variant is coming along and it's more viral and it's affecting more people, but it's not as deadly, it's not as dangerous, you know, quote unquote. I think for now it is okay as long as it only affects, you know, 1 or 2 weeks maximum in the LCK. If we're looking at this like everybody's going to get infected and it's going to turn into like all of spring is affected by this, then I would say it's better to go online as soon as possible, at least for the players. I think everybody else, you know, we're pretty much safe. Everybody's wearing masks and stuff. So I would say keep them for now and see how it goes. It is still spring. It still has an effect on, you know, Worlds and everything like MSI and stuff like that. So it is important. But for now, I think it's a relatively small issue. And I think we need some more time to see how bad it's going to get.
Yeah. Wolf?
I mean, I'll probably have too many thoughts on this, and like it might come back to me a few times in this discussion. But for me, like my first reaction when we had the first few cases come through, for DRX especially, I thought, okay, well, this is somewhat of an emergency situation, and it's rough, but like it was handled well, and it was handled very well ahead of time. Like it was very much planned and announced, and okay, DRX is going to be pulling up their challengers players. They have a very strong challengers roster, so I felt like, okay, that's fine. Once they get confirmed to be negative and like follow government protocol, then they can come back in. I wasn't a big fan of them announcing suddenly that they were going to be playing their players in the second game. Now, you know, we're seeing players getting some back in, Ghost playing support and stuff like that. But now you expect it because you know, okay, as soon as they're negative and as soon as they're cleared, they can come in and play. It's kind of an evolving situation right now here. My concern is that it does affect the integrity of what the LCK stands for, I think, in terms of like yesterday's match, for example, that we had with T1 and Gen G. First game was kind of interesting. The second game, total flop. It's unfortunate that fans are losing on these matches. It's unfortunate teams are losing points in the standings in matches like this, where if they had just been healthy, things would look better. And it's tough to have a solution, right? Because if we want to delay the LCK, which is, you know, what I was kind of feeling at first might be the best way as this gets more and more serious, then it affects scheduling of other things like Asia Games qualifiers that are coming down the line. If it gets delayed too much, it might affect MSI scheduling. So it's a really difficult problem to tackle. But I think at some point, like, we might have to, like, do a 2-week, like, everybody quarantine for 2 weeks, every player, like, you have to. Everybody gets clear, everybody gets tested negative, and then it's kind of like, maybe at that point it's over. But is it? You know, it's a really high-spreading virus. I think at some point, if things keep getting worse, like, the Challengers players will get it. And then who's going to be the emergency player, right? At some point, we will reach, like, in a like, impassable situation for these teams where there is no, like, sub, there is no emergency plan. And then what do the teams just, like, forfeit for the sake of schedule? You know, I don't know what's going to happen in the long run, but I do think we need to start talking about, like, that potential. Like, we need to have a plan. There needs to be a plan in place, and I'm not sure if there is.
I'm pretty sure that at this point, any org will keep their challengers players and their main team, like, strictly separated. Because I think that if you look at what has happened thus far, we already know that these teams have little contact, as the Ruler LSB situation. If you didn't catch it, we don't actually know, but basically Ruler said good job, Alistair, to LSB when he subbed in, and we don't know whether that was because
After game 3.
Yeah,
or
because he
something.
thought that he just did a good job, or because he actually didn't know Lospa's name. You can believe whatever you prefer in that scenario. But I do think that kind of shows that. And I think the unfortunate reality is that there are no measures that can be taken by the teams to fully ward off the situation, right? If you look at what's happening in Europe, obviously I still follow the news back home, and we're seeing a lot of countries just kind of go like hands up in the air. Like the Netherlands was the only country in Europe that did a full curfew, and it basically did nothing. Like we had everything lockdown, still didn't really help. So I think that then you must ask, as Wolf said, I think that online is the obvious choice, but even online doesn't really address any situation because
Not
these
yet.
players.
The refs,
well,
the refs can't go there,
no,
right?
well, I mean, like besides from practicalities, there's also the fact that I think that, as Wolf said, DRX shouldn't have been allowed to sub in their main roster in the second game, not just because of any of the rule sets, and I'm a stickler for rules, think that if they've been drafted before and they should be followed, but also you could see the form of the players, right? Like P.O. Schick, we saw a lot of P.O. sick jokes because he actually did look like he was. They were still recovering, right? And I think that any incentive to have players play when they're not physically well, I think is a problem. I think that in an online setting that becomes a lot easier. So if I was an org, I would just make sure that right now keep your teams separate. And then, if both get it, then you still have the academy rosters, which is really bad. But I don't think there's that big a difference between subbing in your challengers rosters or your academy rosters for outcome. Like, this might sound weird, but outside of the DRX CL team, every other challengers team is going to get booped by LCK teams, right? And at least the players get experience. Obviously, I'm always going to be happy to see CL players, but in this circumstances is still not great.
Yeah.
But it is such an interesting topic because there isn't really an answer. Because as with everything with COVID, every plan has a lot of drawbacks.
I do want to mention, like, you mentioned the separation between the challengers teams and the main rosters, so that does keep like a certain separation of who's going to maybe potentially
They
get
could
COVID.
still go both get it.
But challengers players have now walked into the studio together and played together with main rosters. So like I think that only works so far, right?
Yeah.
And even with like I mean with Omicron, as far as we know, like masks are very helpful, but not actually like a permanent solution, right? Even if two people are next to each other playing with masks, like transmission might occur. And there might be more players that have it that don't have symptoms and they don't even know, et cetera, et cetera. This is how COVID has been for years. But I think that there needs to be like a backup plan, and it needs to be announced, and it needs to be public. Like I think that's what I want. Like that's my like end goal here is what happens if what if it happens if a team doesn't have emergency subs because they have COVID? Like what occurs then? And like what is the solution if we have like more than 3/5 of our games in a week of LCK are affected by this? Like are we casting the LCK? Or are we casting like this weird like pseudo LCK? Like is it the LCK? Like what does it mean? I think that like we need to have like a stronger plan than like on the fly. Personally, I think.
Yeah, actually, I kind of agree with that exact point right at the end there, right? Like, I think it's the plan that's being stretched and tested here, and the rule set that the LCK has for what happens if there's an emergency. Because I don't even really care about debating the danger of the virus or anything like that. Like, I don't mind if we think that it's still deadly, then that's fine.
We have no idea what we're talking about, right?
Well, exactly. In the grand scheme of things, probably talk to a doctor, right? Like, we're not qualified to do it. And like Valdez said so correctly, this is not a different podcast.
I've read a few Facebook articles in my time, though. So I know
to share
stuff.
some
And
expertise.
they would have been shared by like your aunt that you haven't spoke to for
but I trust her a
14
lot.
years.
She's a good person.
Yeah, okay, well, that's useful. So I take it all back. We are actually, in fact, experts, but I don't think it's all that relevant.
No, not
just
really.
because it's what's being tested is the rule book for the LCK, right?
Yeah.
And what happens when players are unwell and when there is a circumstance that means that multiple players from a team aren't able to play. And I think that the really important thing that Wolf was talking about, and this is something that we were talking about a lot, which was DRX versus KT, and the fact that all of a sudden DRX were allowed to have 4 subs instead of the original, like, you did used to be able to have it, but like they didn't have that many subs on the main roster that KT needed to prepare for ahead of time.
Yeah, I'd personally say that was, for me, the biggest. I think, especially considering the fact that that CL team won, they should not have been allowed to sub in all the 4 other players. Also considering like the state of the other players, the short time period with which all of it happened.
I don't think it was good for DRX either, because you even saw the players when they subbed in after their challenger roster. Like, if you're on a main roster like that and the kids come in and win game 1, and then like that sort of pressure is just the worst.
It was also if you're the kids, you know, if you're the challengers team, you have this sick opportunity on stage, and then you just get yoinked out after you have a fantastic game, and it's like basically being like, yeah, okay, like you guys are great, you just beat an LCK team, but like you're always gonna be B tier though, you know.
But like, but this is the worst part, right? Because the atmosphere backstage would definitely not have been, oh my god, you guys did such a well. I mean, this is purely an assumption, but it wouldn't be like you did such a great job. It'd be King going over saying, oh crap, well you did a great job, you know, like. You did a great job. Damn it! Now I have to like look that good in my game. Like,
it's not a matter of like in this particular case, like this is kind of like an emotional thing that we're talking about to a certain extent. But like, I personally think the call to pull them out, like regardless of whether they won or lost that first game, and regardless of like COVID protocols and rules and stuff like that, like it just feels like a bad coaching decision. Like it feels like you had so much potential in this best of 3. Like get the max potential out of this. Like get so much growth for these players, so much experience. Like take a bad situation and turn it into an awesome one. And after they won the first game too, like definitely just cancel the subs. Like go all in on it. But maybe they felt pressure.
But they don't have problem though. The coach was fired, guys.
Yeah,
they don't have
an interim coach.
No,
I'm
kidding.
I think that like what you're saying, like the coach being fired, doesn't actually matter though, because I kind of think that this is where the rulebook needs to step in.
I agree.
I think that you shouldn't be allowed to make that decision.
Yeah.
Because like actually having that on the coaches means that they're not
decision.
It is an absolute lose-lose decision no matter what, and they are almost forced to put in their main roster. Otherwise, what that looks like to the fans is that, oh, but we think our challenger roster is better. You're undermining, you know, how good your main roster is,
especially because they won the game.
Yeah, you're actually screwed.
But they also had to like make KT very upset and tell KT like, yo. Like, we just got confirmation we're going to be able to sub on our main roster, so if we lose game 1, you have to play against 9 players today. And then KT's, like, upset and, like, really concerned and, like, oh, I just found out about this. And KT Roaster was very upset, obviously, because they didn't know this was going to happen. Like, legally, Riot is allowed to put these people on field because they follow all the government protocols, but, like, they didn't know Riot was going to allow those players to go in there. So KT's upset, but then if you go like, actually, we're not going to sub them in. After KT's like frantically preparing, it's like also you have that in your mind as DRX. Like we fought to get this sub, and then we're not going to use it. Like it's just such an awkward situation.
I actually think that it's because of the it's an old rule though, right? Like I'm reminded of, you know, back in the day when WE was playing in a semi-final and Pawn's in hospital. So he gets subbed out. I think this might have actually been a legit sub because there was a substitute mid laner. But he came back from hospital after game 3 because they were losing, or after game 2, sorry, because they were losing, and then reverse swept the series, right? Out of hospital, comes in like the Terminator and like wins the series. Like, and that's the sort of situation that I'm thinking like it's good for, right? Because perhaps there wasn't a sub for the mid lane, and if Pawn got better, he would just not be allowed to play again if the emergency sub wasn't able to be rescinded mid-series, right? So that's sort of like the other side of it, where it's like it'd be good that if they did miraculously become better, like maybe not in time, but isn't it important to have the opportunity to have the main roster as much as possible, right? Because it's not like we're going to stop players from getting sick.
Sure.
No matter what happens with like whatever disease, it could be anything. They could trip over and stub their toe and like have to go to the hospital, right? Like it doesn't. Knee. Yeah, you could breaking your knee. Exactly right.
Don't look over here.
Yeah. That happened recently to a couple of people, actually. Rollerblading's dangerous, everyone, as is hockey. Don't get hit with a hockey stick in the kneecap. That is apparently a bad thing.
It hurts a lot.
One thing that's interesting to me is obviously I love rules very much. And I actually wasn't able to find the specific rule set as to like what is the situation here. But I actually do think that what is probably happening here is that the emergency call-up rule specifically was drafted for a situation that didn't really count upon COVID. I think it was drafted exactly for what you're saying, for situations where you're talking about
an actual
specifically
emergency
a
situation.
hospital where generally it would be one player that like suddenly can't make it, and then it's an emergency call-up. So without us knowing actually what the rule set on emergency call-ups is, it's really hard to like judge the LCK for should they have allowed it or not, because maybe emergency call-ups say you can only do the emergency call-up if the other player is strictly not able to. Regardless of that, I think we're all in agreement, as you were saying, Wolf, that the rule set should be updated at this point, seeing what has happened with COVID. However, I also feel like, as Velders was saying earlier, I'm pretty sure that we might have 1, possibly 2 more weeks of this. But I also think that after that, for the second half of spring, as matches start to matter more, ironically enough, like most teams will probably have already gone through this, right? If you look, now we have Nongshim, Genji, and DRX have all gone through this. And that's already a third of our teams. So there's also a good chance that like adjusting the rule set right now might be a hassle for whatever reason, but it probably should be done.
But also, like, outside of a global pandemic like this, it's like, unless you have a van accident on the way to the venue,
never
right?
happens.
Like, it doesn't happen that you do hospitalize multiple people at once.
Exactly.
And the quarantine situation as well. Like,
we have in the past very commonly had players play while sick, like not severely sick, but like having a small cold or something like that. You've seen like a player like,
and
oh,
like
I'm
the
feeling sick, he's
interviews
wearing a mask,
afterwards where they're like, it's the POG and it's like, how are you feeling? It's like, actually, I'm like really sick and I want to go to bed.
Oh, remember
like
Dom?
we've had that
no.
before, right? Like, but it hasn't been like this hyper infectious type situation.
Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your I've been waiting for you to come through. For all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire.
Welcome, everybody. We are back here for the second match of the night. We just witnessed the telecom war, if you can call it that. More of a flattening, a stompination from T1 over KT Rolster. But now we are going to get into the second match of the night. It will be Gen G versus Liv Sandbox. And this definitely has a favorite versus an underdog. Well, we'll see where Gen G is with all of the swaps they've had and all the issues they've had.
Yeah, it's Liv Sandbox, so I want to be optimistic. Like this team a lot. You know, if I get the opportunity, I always go and fanboy it for Croco, but Gen G have all their members again. And I think in the previous match, where it was only Zest that was subbing in, did a great job, by the way, as well as could be expected in that scenario. They look like all Gen G that racked up all those wins, and I expected to see it tonight as well.
That is definitely the expectation. I would assume that even with all of the issues going around, they're still playing together and stuff like that, so shouldn't be any problems with that. We do have the points of the match ready to go, so let's hop into that and see what this has to say. Rematch after 8 days. So again, we're going into round 2 starting with this match, which means that this will be the first rematch of Spring.
And it's not the best way to start, especially if Sandbox coming off of a win against Brian. I think very, very necessary for this team to get a bit of momentum, but getting momentum against what is currently the second place team within the LCK isn't easy. And as I mentioned previously, as good as I think Dorn was, with Peanut and Lahens not being there, you saw how much struggles this team had, but the moment that they got back, immediately it looked like the old team. Obviously, Doran, really good that he's back as we get the Dodo showdown.
Yeah. If you don't want to go back mid, get better. I'll try to win by top gap. And I think that Doran is going to be champing at the bit to try to get back into this game of League of Legends.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be his first time back. And I'm excited to see with what fiery intentions he has to defeat Dove once again, or will it be flipped?
As we look at the head-to-head there, of course, not be fooled by that. There was different teams at different time. But I do think Closer, especially on the melee aggressive mids, has done exceptionally well. But into Chovy, that's really hard because you don't really get leads in lane against Chovy. You can say whatever you like, although his last game was exceptional on Chovy's end. But when it comes to lane, there is general consensus that he is the strongest laner that we have within Korea. So getting leads there, which is something that Liv Sandbox often relies on, ain't gonna be easy. And as to be expected from a 9th place team, the stats for Sandbox are not great.
I love how we highlight win rate at with gold lead at 25 minutes for Liv Sandbox when they've only had a win rate, or rather a gold lead at 25 minutes 5 times, compared to the 15 times that Gen G has had a gold lead at 25 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think we should highlight that, although I suppose if they get ahead at 25 minutes, they close it out in the very small amount of times that we do have. But yeah, I mean, the stats be it what it is. I mean, it's 2nd place versus 9th place. This is what we had to expect.
And to me, the biggest issue with Sandbox is the inexperience of Dove, in addition to a bot lane that is still struggling extensively. And now Gen G, we saw a complete dismantling, a shellacking, as Atlas would say, as Spawn would say, or by T1 of KT. For Gen G, I think you'd feel pretty good if you can repeat it here tonight. You are the clear favorite in this in this match. You have your roster back. Everyone's feeling fresh again. And to not get this swift 2-0, I think for a team of this standard would not have them be happy, because we also know that they're pretty hard on themselves. Chovy in particular, he's like, yeah, if I miss CS, I'm just really mad at myself, so I just kept practicing until I stopped missing every single CS.
Oh, don't get sick, Chovy, that says with a sad Amumu. And yeah, I mean, that's what we're hoping for everybody here, essentially. That is the #1 priority, of course, as Dorn, Peanut, Chovy, Ruler, and Lahens, the whole gang's back together. That is the squad that we do have. And yeah, like you said, I mean, we're expecting a 2-0. If they don't get it, it is kind of upset, even if it is a 2-1 victory. We'll see what Liv Sandbox can do, though, as It is the same roster you've come to expect. Ice still here in the AD carry role.
And this Sandbox really a best-of-1 team, which is not a great thing to be in a best-of-3 league, but they are a team, I think, just like Hanwha Life, that can consistently pick off little wins left and right if, as you pointed out, they snowball early, they maintain that lead, maintain that tempo. They can then play that out fairly well, but the problem is that they are running into so many issues just from the core, the fundamentals of League. The laning, they get bullied too hard, they fall behind, they get dove, the early skirmishes don't go their way, and then that kind of compounds because of how early it happens, and any pressure of them that they might have from draft or from just the overall state of the game disappears. Although it's Sandbox, they've drafted the exact same way for what, 3 years now, and I don't think they're gonna stop.
Yeah, I don't think they will, as we're going to take a look at this matchup. In the top side, it is the Dodo matchup, the Doran and the Dove, if you will. Yeah, Doran, he was definitely one of the best, if not the best, top laner here in the LCK before he got sick, and now he's back, so he's looking to continue with that throne.
And Dove has had varying performances, I want to say. Had, of course, the beautiful 1v2, showing us the power of Hullbreaker Jace after a game where Hullbreaker Jace also did nothing, so immediately showing us the up and down sides of the build. But overall, really struggling here. Considering his role swap, that in of itself would be kind of to be expected, but to add to that, it's not like Dove was completely cracking hands, right? We've seen some very successful role swaps.
Yeah.
That was people like Xiaohu that were one of the best mid laners, and then they became one of the best top laners. Dove hasn't never really had that position here in Korea.
Yeah. There's a sign in the back there behind the Doran sign with a very cute face that said, once again, Donut Churros is back. And that was the nickname that we gave to them, or I suppose the Korean fans gave to the Gen G lineup, because if you put together all 5 names, it can somewhat resemble Donut Churros together. You guys work it out. I'm not going to explain it all again.
A little bit of puzzling, Elvis. A little bit of puzzling.
The beginning is very easy, right?
Friday
Donut,
night.
it's Doran and Peanut together. Donut, yeah. The last 3 syllables are a little bit rough. Either way, it's still a funny nickname for them. As we used to have Envy and Kyle, now we have Ice and Kyle. What do you prefer down in the bottom side, as it's love on the Rift tonight?
Aww, as they come together. Very cute. Personally, I don't have a strong preference for either. Ice has had a couple of highlight plays, but outside of Aphelios, he's looked pretty lost. I don't expect it to change here, but with Envy and KL, we had even worse issues, right? And we've seen varying success for all the members. Ex-Gen G, of course, KL at least, and Ice not so much. When they played on Challengers, won Challengers last split around. Full Gen G, and then team has scattered. Obviously, Karis has had an okay time. Envy and KL, not so much. Unfortunately, with Envy also being banned right now. So, into Ruler, that's a problem because it's Ruler, and the only reason why we don't talk about how good Ruler has been this split is because Daft has kind of been overshadowing him.
Yeah,
with
and
also
Gumayusi already exists, and
well, I mean,
Duck Dom is in the league.
Yeah, but like with Dokdom and Gumayusi, I feel like they're relatively new, and like, yes, they're insane, right? But with Ruler and with Deft as well, and that's kind of the problem, is that they've had their ups and downs, and both of them are very much on the upswing right now.
Yeah, it's very true. Gotta ride the wave on the upswing. We'll see how it goes for them. As the bans are coming through here, it's a lot of solo lane bans there on the side of Gen G. They just really want to lock out Closer and Dove. And they will do that. The Poppy's also taken off. Potentially want to avoid that if the Lee Sin goes the opposite side. As Zeri is left available, and they are just going to first pick it.
I think a Caitlyn Karma lane would be really nice here for Sandbox if you can play toward that. It's one of the ways that you can actually punish the Zeri. Because if you just pick up the Caitlyn here, then you're going to run into the same issues where then the Karma gets locked in for Zeri. Zeri absolutely loves playing with the Karma because she gets shields and it mitigates some of her weaker early game, but it's Sandbox. So they're going to draft Ryze and Lee. Try to win off of that.
They're going to go down the middle, and they will run the 2v2 strong composition, right? Which with Ryze and Lee Sin.
Absolutely.
You can skirmish very well. They banned the Poppy. This is, I think, their original plan. The problem with going for kind of like individual team plans is that you end up giving over a lot of room and picks to the enemy team.
Really interesting here. I don't like the Jace blind. I honestly hope that Dove locks in Malphite here, or Wukong. You know, there's a bunch of options.
This is the LCK Chronicler.
Yeah, well,
sorry.
he's probably going to counter-pick Gwen or pick Graves and
or Gragas.
Yeah. Maybe just pick a blind pick here for the bot lane. Aphelios is still open. You can get that. Do run the risk of getting banned out. Obviously, with the Nautilus already locked in, we've seen a lot of our LCK supports are not willing to go for the Thresh. So don't expect that to see it get banned immediately, but it's Liv Sandbox. You know, you just need the R5 Aatrox to make this comp complete. Probably going to lock in the Leona if it's not banned away. Otherwise, just look for a strong engage support. Can kind of thin out the jungle pool here. And might I remind you that the last time we saw Peanut on something off meta, which was the Sejuani, it did not work well.
No.
It was, I don't want to say unmitigated disaster, but it was definitely a little bit of that.
A mitigated disaster?
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Well, I mean, they still lost the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much mitigation truly speaks
Not
of
too
in that
much,
regard.
yeah. It was like true damage being done to them. Yeah, I think that they are going to have to be careful about that pick, especially if he's considering going for like an Italy or something like that. You're going to need some kind of help within the lanes. Jace isn't going to give too much of that. Yeah, here's another focus. The Rek'Sai has been a big pick into the Lee Sin. Hasn't found a lot of success, but the pros think it's strong right now, and that's why we are seeing more and more of it into this pick specifically.
So clearly it's going to be like Renekton.
Italy.
No, for Sandbox. No, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to lock in for support here, because all the engage supports, or almost a lot of the engage supports here are taken away.
Garen.
And I kind of wonder, because I'm pretty sure that they want to go towards that. I like this a lot more. I was saying the Renekton jokingly because it is Liv Sandbox and they have Ryze and the Lee already, so going in more aggressively on that early snowballing could have been good, but instead we'll pick up the Gwen, which even when barring such a low win rate, I think is a great pick, but you're picking it into Chase.
Okay.
That's one of the counter picks, and Genji says no.
Okay.
Oh my God.
They're leaning into the SmackDown area of this kind of composition.
Yeah, and you know the Jace is a little bit off theme, but overall, that doesn't really matter when we get to see Chovy's Yone. No, it doesn't matter at all. As there is the Kench. I forgot about him.
Yeah.
It's not an engage support. But
hey man, Abyssal Dive.
Honestly, I kinda like the Liv Sandbox composition into what Genji has, because I was expecting them to go for a more ranged composition with the Jace, but instead they're like, no, we're dive. We are 100% diving. Diving into Aphelios, into Tahm Kench, and into Gwen, as well as Ryze, especially if Closer would opt into a more damage-oriented build, is a horrible time. Not fun at all. I think the Jace is a bit of a saving grace for Genji, and obviously Ruler can pop off. When it looks to individual laning, though, I don't love the Sandbox draft, and I think that they will run into the same issues that they always run into in the early game.
Yeah, I think that Genji absolutely picked a draft here that they can kind of smurf with, and, you know, is it the best draft on paper against what Liv Sandbox have? No, but we can definitely look at this and say, okay, we can see ways that Genji can win lane, they can get, you know, a lot of combos off with this combination and just out-muscle their opponents.
And that's the key thing, because if you do get ahead and you deny those crucial item spikes for Ice and for Dove, and you get a lead with this comp, you just, like, your siege isn't even bad, right? Because you still have the Jace available, and then you just dive and dive and dive and dive and dive endlessly.
What else do you do?
I seem to recall that you could, yeah. I seem to recall that Chovy has had a Yone game, you know, at a point in time that was okay.
It was a night to remember.
It really
was
was.
6 solo kills.
Yeah.
In one game. Rascal has, what, 15 in the first round, and he is exceptional in that number. Chovy had 6 in one game on Yone.
It made no sense. And I'm, of course, kind of undercutting it as a meager attempt at a joke. The key thing here is that Genji's comp has an incredible amount of skill expression, and considering the team that they're playing into, I think that is a fine proposition. I think that they could have played it safer in terms of draft, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt if they actually play around their spikes. Pre-6, I don't think this comp really wants to do a lot. You want to try and get your Diana to that Moonfall as soon as possible. Same for Chovy. And I do think that early on, you might get shoved in a little bit by the Rise, and if it's those small windows where I'd expect Liv Sandbox to try and maybe pick up some early kills, try and leverage that as much as you can, because after that, it's of course still possible, it's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, and you mentioned the matchup, right, and picking this kind of draft. Sometimes it can be viewed as like, oh, they want to hide some stuff, you know, they don't want to play maybe something that they're saving for like a T1 matchup or a Dom 1 or a DRX matchup, right? But also I feel like it has value, especially in League of Legends, where let's say Genji absolutely giga-stomped them here in Game 1. Then if you're T1 or Dom 1, you're like, I don't know, do we want to leave Yone open? I'm not sure. Maybe we want to spend one of our 5 bans on Yone, which is not necessarily a great feeling, especially nowadays in the meta where it feels like we need 10 bans for each team with how many strong champions there are. So I like trying to do this, right? Trying to smurf a little bit. It puts fear into the hearts of a lot of the other teams that are watching as well.
Downside, of course, is that as we can see here, as expected, Chovy getting bullied pretty heavily in this matchup. As long as Closer plays carefully and doesn't walk into a peanut gank, he should be fine. But this early on, the setup isn't great. And with the vision already scattered around on his top and his bot side at the Raptor camp, he's going to be feeling pretty good. And now this Gwen pickup, I don't like the Gwen into Jay's matchup. It's one of the reasons why often, if you want to go for a Gwen, you line it away, and they were perfectly fine. Counter picks Valdez. Not even that crazy. I know that we don't love our Malphites. I know that we don't love our Wukongs, but seeing Jace get unpunished always fills me with a little bit of sadness and regret. And self-counter picking in top lane, generally, not the way to go.
Yeah, especially when you're going up against Doran. That guy is kind of an insane laner, and also an insane Jace player. I mean, you're playing against a lane bully with a great lane player, and it's a counter matchup. It's hard to wrap your head around it, but maybe it's just comfort for Dove. I'm not sure.
It's arguably even worse, because I think that Doran is also a late game win condition for the Genji comp. Say that Genji, barring of course the Zeri, has Chovy and Peanut fall behind to the point where they can't do a lot. Later in the game, the extreme lack of engage for Liv Sandbox means that Shock Blasts, especially once a couple of the item spikes on the Jace are hit, are actually a really big problem. As looking for a play here, but
yeah, they're going for the Kench, and Timothy will survive for now. The follow-up poke does come in here. I think if you're Peanut, I think it's fine to just go ahead, farm it out. But looking for a little bit of opportunistic gank there.
Had a little bit of a window, decided to look, but I don't think that there was really a need to ever go in aggressively on that. As, oh no, the win rates are horrible, Valdez.
A lot of 0-1.
0-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and first picks as well. As I mentioned, Ice looking the best on the Felios. He's still 1-6.
Still true.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's not what you want. But your stats are always going to look bad when you're the 9th place team.
Yeah, it's true. I think that Closer, you know, picking up the early rise here, he's going to have a pretty fun time. You know, regardless of what Chovy would have picked, he basically just gets to sit here, push the lane. It's very safe. It has a lot of opportunities to get plays going in the early game, especially on those first couple of objective plays. And we've seen a lot of pro players mention this. As Doran gets forced into a fight here, he's actually on the run now with that speed boost. He gets the knockback. He's trying to survive here. Doesn't want to flash, but he will at the last moment. And Dove is going to pick that up.
Dove now also going to get this beautiful, beautiful shove back into him. And I wouldn't mind if Pino just pays a quick visit towards top side to help his top laning get the bounce, because with the flash not available, Dove's going to feel pretty good about backing here. Not quite sure what he wants to pick up, but we'll be going for the still caps. And this is exactly the type of window that you don't really want to give, right? If Dove is able to get an all-in, then you're completely fine. But as Dove already used to teleport, Doran can just get the shot himself. Pino can continue clearing. And that threat of an all-in might now actually turn into a problem with Dove desperately trying to hit 6 here, but not actually being able to really do anything because he has to pick up this huge wave.
And that's nearly 2 plates that just go into the hands of Doran. And, if the Lee Sin were here, this would be quite risky, especially with Dove hitting 6 and the flash not available for Doran. But Lee Sin is bottom side. And so Doran will be okay for that. Nice little engage comes in from Kyle, as we do have Krako following up, and Lance is going to go down. First blood will go into the hands of Ice as Ruler is left alone.
Aggressive Kench, we love it. Like to see it actually utilizing the knock-up on Abyssal Void. It's easy to forget that that skill exists sometimes within the LCK, but this time around we see that coming through. Very, very nicely done. Krako there for the execution on the play as well, and it's a nice little lead. Get a kill on your most relevant carry, the one that is meant to drag you into the mid to later stage of the game. Drake not the most relevant, but considering the Ocean is on the table next, you're actually going to feel great going into any subsequent Drake fights, because you will have a guaranteed relevant soul. As Lance, I think, maybe thinking he could have walked it out. Had he just flashed, the knockup would have been completely fine, but just within the range of the Frog there.
Yeah, just great engage, good timing there from Krako. As Doran is still having a lot of fun up here on the top side, even though he did lose his flash, just to an unfortunate back timing that Dove spotted out. And it's essentially what we're talking about here, guys. I mean, Doran is going to get insanely ahead. As I say that, I cursed him, as now Peanut comes in, and Doran actually will force a flash out of the Frog, as now Peanut went a little bit too deep. He has the red buff, but there's a Gwen on his back, and you're not going to get away from her easily. The snip comes through, and that is another kill over to Dove, as Chovy says, hey, let's go for the fight. We find Closer all alone in the river, and the flash over the wall with the knockup will be enough, and Chovy will collect a kill himself.
And that's in theory, favorable trade for the Sandbox, but they don't get the objective. A kill goes on to Chovy, so I'm kind of hesitant to call that one a win. It starts off nice with Krako getting the setup, but then the subsequent fight is not that easy, right? They actually take quite a while to take down Doran, and because of that, the overall wave state on the map wasn't amazing either. And now we see that despite them getting an okay trade here, doesn't actually get them that much. Like, this is nice, sure, you get Doran, but Krako immediately has to give himself up, and with Closer being picked off here as well, it's not that great. Especially considering Chovy getting fed is not what you want ever, and Chovy on Yone getting fed feels like the, you go to the movies and it's like the second movie and you've already seen the first one, and and they play like the familiar music, and you see like the same kind of foreshadowing, and like, oh no, oh no, not again.
It's like the Jaws song.
They thought they were safe. This town was plagued by, I guess, Yone, and they thought he left.
He's back.
But he might be back.
Yep, he's back for round 2. And was a bit of a rotation that we did have to the top side after that one. But no Rift Herald take by either team, actually, because of all of the skirmishing that we did have and no one being a clear winner. It seemed like Genji didn't want to take the risk. They just went back to the lanes. And that's fine. Krako, you see, he's trying to set this up outside of the vision of the Scuttle Crab. but he's not going to force it. As meanwhile on the bottom side, Tom Kent's Kyle, he's not here. As okay, in the mid lane, Yoni's just going to go down. Chovy getting comboed here as Closer and Kroko put their heads together and take him down.
And the key thing here is that while the individual plays are going in the way of Liv Sandbox, the overall pressure, barring of course mid where they just found a kill, has been decidedly in favor of Gen G. Gen G is the one that constantly has to shove. Gen G is the one that gets all the plates. And it's a big reason as to, even with these kills going over the Sandbox, it is only a 400-500 gold lead. Kroko there, great presence of mind as Chovy. The moment you dash in and you see the leap, you're like, oh, well, yes, I'm dead. That's very unfortunate. Not a lot to be done about that. This Drake is big, because if Liv Sandbox picks it up, they are already 2 Drakes deep toward either a mountain or a Hextech or an Infernal Soul. All of those you're going to be exceptionally happy with. And if Gen G can avoid them from actually picking it up, it would be really, really big.
Okay, well, Gen G have started this Rift Herald. This is before the plates have gone down. Looks like Liv Sandbox are considering a 3v3. Kroko's going to get some vision on that, maybe look for the steal, but nope, not going to go in on that one. As Dove on the Gwen with that mobility and tier 2 boots, he will easily just walk away. So Gen G do pick up the big first objective there.
And I think that the Sandbox are saying we can either try to go for that. So we take a look at this mid lane gank here. And yeah, this is the value of the Rise, right? It just sets up plays so easily, and a lot of teams don't really utilize it as much as they should, but we've seen it get better and better and better with time, as there's no CC, but Dove can of course slow, and maybe Doran goes in a little aggressive here.
Yeah, they're waiting for that dive on in. I guess maybe he backed away at this point. Jonah Strong doing a good job of keeping it suspenseful. We're not 100% sure where the Lee Sin is at. He was nearby, but... And as we say that, you know, maybe they were expecting Peanut to make some moves up on the top side, and he is. He's going to drop this Rift Herald down here, 12.5 minutes, try to pick up some more plates and get Doran even farther ahead.
And the immediate rotation comes through. Closer also on his way with the Realm Mob. I don't know they can actually finish here. Dove playing aggressively. And the turret will live, but it's still not going to feel great. Left alone for a second later down the line. Will immediately get taken down by Gen G. Setting themselves up, and now again get the gold lead. And when you don't win the early game with this Liv Sandbox comp in a decisive manner, you can always win in theory, utilizing the power of your champions, but I have a tough time believing it. Like I've said, this still feels like a horror movie. We're all doing setup, you know. Everyone's going to the cabin. They think they're going to have a fun time this weekend.
Okay, Dove being forced into that fight. And yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. Like, it's certainly the expectation we have, which is why we're trying to set expectations for what to expect out of this game, even with the drafts the way that they are. And there's always that tipping point, right, with Aphelios, where it's like, yeah, he's great into short range, and, you know, a lot of those champions are dive champions and stuff. Guys that want to get on top of the Aphelios, and you consider he's got a Tom Kench, he should be fine. Where's the tipping point where all of that dive is just too much, and the immobile carry that is Aphelios can't handle it too much is really the question. And Yone Diana can certainly do that, but the execution has to be there.
Well, what I like about the Gen G comp is that it's not even 100% all in on that, as I think just perfectly imperfect timing there for Peanut, trying to get that key of the wall. As even if they don't find the possibility to win through Peanut and Chovy, Ruler late game is going to do what we've seen Zeri do, right? There isn't really that much lockdown available, barring the Rise, who in late game should never ever get close to the Zeri. And then he outranges basically entirely of Liv Sandbox if he can keep kiting, can stack up the passive. And the same, as we already mentioned, is the case for Doran. If you just play it slow late game, as Gen G, when Jason sitting on a Eclipse, Manamune, and a Cyril does, 2 Shock Blasts can mean the end of a fight. Or rather, you wouldn't even have to fight. And with Liv Sandbox pick up the second Drake and the Infernal Rift on the board here, there is still plenty of opportunity. And the real kicker here again is that in terms of actual gold items and plates, Gen G have just found a really, really nice lead for themselves. It's only the Drakes that Liv Sandbox was able to snatch up.
Yeah, it's very true. It's still definitely important, but this does feel like a game now where, you know, Gen G give away the first 2 Drakes, and they're like, well, we're not exactly ready to go for the team fights. We're not in position, et cetera, et cetera. And then when that first good Drake comes in, they're like, okay, 5 people on the Drake. We're looking for the engage. We're going to get some wraparounds. Let's try to get some vision. And then, you know, maybe they try to take 3, 4 of these Infernal Drakes, depending on how long the game does go. As there has been a lot of just junglers running around on the top side, but not a lot of interaction between top laner and jungler from the other team.
Huh. What are you expecting? Action?
Yeah,
Setup.
I know.
Setup. Action was the previous game. Okay. We need to wait. We need to be patient. That's how it goes.
Yeah. Doran's here. They're looking to try to get on top of this Rise. Do they have the damage is the question, as Kroko is trying to trade it back, but Chovy is going to go down at the very last moment. But it is still 2 kills into the pockets of Gen G, and they push on mid.
Still a 2-for-1. Close it with Everfrost. Flash available as well. Still getting caught underneath the turret with a nice collapse from Gen G. There is that dive potential. And without some of these other mitigation champions available, like the Gwen, which is more of a deterrent, like the Tommy Kench, which can easily devour up a Rise in a situation like that, it is a straight-up bad time. And Liv Sandbox, I don't think that it's the end of the world. It's just a kill, right? It's an unfavorable trade, but a trade nonetheless. But it's, again, all set up for this Drake that is about to come through in a little bit. And as clean as you want it, right? Chovy hits the knock-up. The only reason why Kroko is able to trade is because he gives his lives for it immediately. Doran, Peanut there as well, hitting the shock blast. And now Doran is getting more and more fed, right? And as I mentioned, I think that third item breakpoint, if he doesn't need go for Sorelda's third, is going to come in on the soul fight. If they let Liv Sandbox have the soul or point, which I personally don't think they will. Because I think they're perfectly happy to fight. They have a 3k gold lead. So fighting over a Drake in a minute should not be a problem.
Yeah, at this point, you know, I think that those couple of picks in the mid lane were really, really good for just getting a couple more hundreds of gold and making sure that they are ready for this next couple of fights. Kind of like that bonus. I think they could have fought anyway. But the lanes are going well, as we kind of expected it to. Chovy's not ahead in CS, but he will be after he clears out that wave. As Gen G are looking for this second Rift Herald. Liv Sandbox, they're actually threatening it, but they're not going to be able to pick that up, and they will be punished, says Gen G. In goes Chovy, and there is the combo. Kind of one after the other, not the cleanest, but it's still getting the job done as Lahens will frontline once again, has the stopwatch ready for the Moonlight Vigil as Rulers is coming in and a huge shock blast to the back of them. That's going to be a near ace as Dove has to run away with his tail between his legs.
And there you see both the potential of the dives, and for a moment you see what Liv Sandbox might do. If they can kite back, if Ice was actually there from the get-go, that could have looked completely different, but instead they get hard engaged on without all their members there. And Gen G showcases the dive that makes them so threatening. And Doran, man, that shock blast was utterly disgusting as another charge comes in. The Drake is gone as well, and now the horror movie has actually started. As I say that, I don't this teleport.
They're actually going to respect it because of the Rise.
They don't know. Soul point?
Yeah. They're just going to take it. Okay, Liv Sandbox. Going to pick this up. Pretty nice macro decision. I think Gen G playing it very safe. But, you know, a lot of people scattered around the map. Doran was still topside without teleport, so just going to decide to not go for it.
And, of course, the thing here is you're effectively engaging 4v5 at an attempt to get a second Herald, but doesn't really matter. And as I mentioned, I think that with Ice here, this fight can look different, right? You do see that if Dove can hit multiple people, if they can kite back, utilizing the Rise, and possibly the Philos, it might be okay, but yeah, that... yeah, that was a good shock blast.
That hurt me. I think he said goodbye. Oh, die. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, And they did. They did. The
Yeah,
Jace is he's kind of big right now.
Even with Soul Coin, they're still 7k gold behind. Like Soul's, Infernal Soul's really good, but it's not that good. Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess we fought it. This is actually a great sequel because it's not the same killer from the first horror movie.
Yeah.
There's a new guy.
The old guy
And
is
it's
there,
Jace.
but he's just actually the bait.
Yeah.
You thought he was the killer, but
He's
no.
not.
It's the other guy. It was his friend the whole time. And I mean, there's just, I don't see this ever happen. Like, Krako is hanging around, but should he? I mean, he might die. That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. It's not even like, oh, there's a chance he might steal it. No, it's like, well, you should probably just leave. And I think that is what's going to happen in the end. These rulers still trying to get those pokes down, but they will get away at the end. Gen G now 10,000 gold ahead, or nearly, as Doran is incredibly fast. He is still on the chase here. Flashes in. He wants more kills. I said it at the beginning. This guy is thirsty. And he comes back to the LCK with a vengeance.
Didn't even, like, he doesn't need to go for Soreldas because the amount of damage available isn't actually enough. As Krako, flank of a lifetime here. Don't know. Don't know who he's going to kick. And also, I don't know. It don't really matter. And they just said, no, I'm going to do Wolves instead. I need to do something. And there's not a lot of options here, unfortunately. With the snowball that has been found, it's just been pure dominance. Scal is level 8, so level 30.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know.
Level 8.
Yeah.
This sounds so sad.
It is. It is really sad. There's not a lot to be done. You know, when you're a participant in the horror movie, Valdez, you just gotta suffer your fate.
Yeah.
As the entirety of Live Sandbox is doing here. And yeah, there is Doran. I don't really think that the Soreldas is as relevant anymore, as I mentioned earlier, because everyone on this team is now fed and can probably carry if given the opportunity. But he's the most fed of them all. And this game, 10k gold deficit. Yeah, it's nice that you have 3 Drakes, but as mentioned previously, those 3 Drakes not going to be very relevant, I don't think.
Yeah, Drakes, they're not like the old Drakes where they just give you some extra gold and help you, you know, snowball things. A very different situation. As Jovi is alone for a minute here, as Dove is trying to get on top of him, and Jovi at this point, it almost feels like it's a competition of who's going to carry the hardest. As everybody's really, even Lahens is like, oh, it's my turn to carry now. Let me get another great engage off. Like, who's going to get POG for this game? I guess Doran, because he hit big shot blast and did the big boom boom damage, but like, who, you know, it was a team effort this time around.
He's the main character, Valdez.
True.
Come on, he's,
Did we just
he's a
vote
bad
for him
guy.
he's the main character? He's
Well,
the
in
most
this horror
handsome
movie.
actor? Like, is that where we're at now?
No, but
maybe.
Who would you vote for, Valdez? Who do you think is the horror character in this movie? Tell me.
I think I'll vote for Lahens.
I like that vote, actually.
Yeah. It's
no,
like the trusty sidekick, you know?
The sidekick of the murderer?
Yeah.
Okay. It's like the guy that
He's
warns
just a really
you,
nice
like,
guy, though, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is just his week job, you know? He has to take care of his family.
Yeah, of course,
Like, he'd rather not do this, but what options does he have? It's not like
Exactly.
there's that much work to go around. Not this economy.
You gotta make the money where you can. Your time off on the weekends. That's Lahens. As I mean, did he even know he was there? I don't think there was any vision. Maybe they were clearing out a ward, and that's how he knew. But yeah, Doran's gonna have some pretty insane damage numbers at the end of this one.
So, with those gold leads, I would rather not discuss. Yeah. Are you a big horror film enjoyer?
Yeah, it's pretty good. We do have a bit of a 1v1 going on here. Lots of needles hitting as the knockup comes through, and Jovi's like, how dare you try to fight me? I guess you didn't see the last game where I played Yone.
Well, he also has lost, or sorry,
Wit's End.
Wit's End, yeah. So that's just never. It's just never.
I think
happening.
Dove's just kind of having fun.
I mean, it doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah.
Dove's like, let me see if I can 1v1. No, I cannot. Okay. Not even Gwen. Not even Gwen can get it done at this point.
Yeah, he hit most of those needles too.
Yeah, yeah.
Just didn't
That's
matter.
generally enough.
Yeah. Well, Gen G, it's not going to be the 22-minute win from T1, but it's feels almost as dominant here in this one. Didn't really feel like Liv Sandbox had a chance really ever in this game, so Gen G just going to do it a little bit cleaner. They're going to say, okay, this is how you do it. You take out all the inhibitors, and then you push with your super minions. If you can't do it with the Baron, as Chovy is still poking, like the zoom-ins there from Jonas Strong, just waiting for that engage. That feels inevitable at this point. And there it is. The Diana goes in, gets the Moonfall onto closer as we see Dove in the backline just trying his hardest to get anything done, as Lehens will go down in the end. But I think he might be the only one. Ruler flashing in, gets exhaust. He will go down, but this is absolutely going to be Liv Sandbox's Nexus going down as they finish off the rest of them and take down the Nexus. GG Gen G will take game number 1.
And although there were a couple of nice early game moments found, the Rise in particular being utilized to set up those mid lane plays, because of the shove in top lane, because of Ruler and Lehens relentlessly bullying Ice and Kael, there was no possibility for Sandbox to ever really get ahead in terms of gold. And because they didn't get ahead in terms of gold, rather fell further and further behind thanks to some nice proactive plays, the dragon stacking completely irrelevant.
That's Chovy on the left, by the way.
Thank you, Veldes.
I love some of these drawings that we have. And yeah, I mean, not too much else to say about this one. I think Gen G, again, you know, they play this composition and they're like, hey, by the way, remember this? We can still play this. Peanut's a pretty good Diana. We got Chovy, obviously a fantastic Yone. I want to consider banning it in the future. And of course, because we are a best of 3 league, it does mean that they can use that as some mind games in some of the future matches that we do have, and of course the best of 5s that will eventually happen in playoffs as well. Liv Sandbox, I don't even know what to... if I'm Joker here, of course, the coach, I'd just be like, forget about this game. Like,
I don't know,
we need
guys.
to do something different for the next one.
But you said something different. I think that also has to start with draft. I know this is asking a lot from Liv Sandbox, a team that has been known for playing this specific style for quite a while. But you also see how easy it is to kind of draft into them. And even if you do go for a different draft, even if you do want to go for aggression, then I do think that you do need a type of composition that can at the very least go even in lane. Because what we actually saw happen is, barring mid lane, every single lane got demolished. And is that just the draft? No, I don't think so. I think it's also a little bit of a player diff, and that's easier said than done, you know, in terms of fixing. But again, I go back, why not pick something that is lore execution into this Jace? Why would you give Doran the easiest time? Because barring that one play that Dolph found, that didn't even result in a kill. It was just a one-sided stomp.
Yep, that was it. I'm curious to see what the analyst chairs in Carpet Space have to say. We'll hand it over to Atlas and Wolf after this break.
라이즈. 뭐야? 라이즈 노플인데 라이즈 노플. 라이즈 노플이야 라이즈.
아 펜타각인데?
라이즈 노플이야. 리신 들어갔고 리신 봐도 되고. 라이즈 노플인데. 뭐 안 되냐 라이즈? 노플인데. 오케이.
Who are these players? Where is Pioshik? In these troubling times, there is one man that can show you the way.
I've been a fan of Korean esports for 10 years.
It's the Chronicler with a 1 instead of an I Challenges League co-stream on Twitch. Get to know all of the new faces you've been seeing in the LCK. Critics are saying,
I wasn't really familiar with any of these Challenger players, but then I found Chronicler's Challenger stream, and now I'm a big fan.
this is it, the greatest Twitch stream ever created.
Yeah, it's okay. It's good.
Hardened by ice and steel. One man, forged by flame and by blood. Heir to the mystic fire. This hero of old, our warrior poet. Do you have what it takes to watch this man? Let us rejoice in glory. Watch Chronicler on Twitch today.
Maybe get me a little bit of the soup.
Quality is bitch sometimes, but otherwise very much enjoy the content. Good stuff.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night.
Welcome back, ladies. I can't speak. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analytical chairs and collaborative carpet space. There we go. I nailed it. Got there in the end. That was a very quick game. That is probably why I'm a little bit flustered. We didn't know that we were going to have to be here so extraordinarily quickly. Normally it's like 45 minutes and then we're there. Instead, we had to like stop watching the game and actually get ready because the game was over. Just ridiculously fast.
We were like, oh, which highlight are we getting? And then it just ended before we could actually pick out the third highlight that we thought was going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this draft, though. The draft for Gen G here, I mean, it ends up playing out beautifully. They have so much engaged. You and I were talking about this. I thought there was some risk that if Chovy fell super far behind in a tough matchup against the Rise, maybe the comp is too fragile to make it through the late game. But if you win with this early, or in the mid game especially, where they really started to press the gas pedal, it's so hard for Live Sandbox to do anything. It's such an oppressive composition. There's so many ways in which you can engage a fight, take over the jungle.
Yeah.
And Live Sandbox's comp, you know, it left a lot to be desired, to be totally honest here, with its range and its opportunities to actually try to counter-engage what Gen G is playing.
No, exactly. They actually had basically no engage options whatsoever. And I think Tahm Kench is a really cool choice into pick compositions. Single target CC is where Tahm Kench absolutely thrives. And do you know what this composition from Gen G's what it does? It engages on everyone all of the time, all at once, and forever.
Yeah.
Because they have so many engage options. And I kind of wanted to bring this back to what didn't work yesterday. We saw Damwon come up with a Diana composition that did not work. And that was because the Diana was basically the only form of engage outside of the Renekton flashing in with a W stun.
Or getting, getting a trouble bubble with the Zoe that they were playing yesterday. A completely different situation though, right? This one works together. It has built-in synergy. Like, you get those flashes away with a hard engage, then the Nautilus can follow up, but you also can use the Diana ult to then set up for a Yone ult or a Yone Q.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful how this works out if you're not massively behind or even kind of in an okay spot.
Yeah,
like
if you're even in the mid-game, you take these fights, right? Yeah. Like, if you manage to get that wombo off, which we did actually see, like, it really does look absolutely beautiful. Let's bring up our first replay, though. This was the battle around the Herald, the one that began at about 8 minutes into the game. And this started with Croco thinking that he caught Doran out of position, and to his credit, he did.
Yeah, and they are able to take Doran out here, but then they stay super long in this fight. And Peanut is able to survive for so long that Chovy gets into position. And Closer here decides, oh, okay, we're going to try to win this. We're like winning this fight, right? We're ahead. But there's a huge disconnect between him and the Gwen, who's at very, very low health. He tries to flash here, gets followed by Chovy. And that's actually the really first big moment for Gen G. Before their comp really even is fully online, before they have their mythics online, they win this skirmish because their comp, believe it or not, also good at skirmishes when the enemy team is not set up.
Yeah, and especially when they find the Rise in the river caught out of position. A little bit of a positional mistake there from Closer. Bit unfortunate because that kill going to Chovy really did set him up to start doing more of that ridiculousness towards the mid and late game, where he really did start to pop off. It wasn't necessarily a Chovy-centric game though, and I think that Doran being on this Jace, providing that extra range that Gen G needed in a composition like this, which is very melee focused, low range AD carry, things like this. It was just like they were fish in a barrel for Doran.
It was just so easy for them because if there's no threat onto the Jace ever, he can take the shock blast at whatever angle he wants. And if you try to, even if you had engaged, the turn for Gen G when they're that ahead is massive. We jump into the second highlight and see, how this fight breaks out around the Rift Herald as well. This is one of the last chances that Live Sandbox have in this game. They look for the Drakes or the Herald steal here. But if you step towards Gen G without engage, right? They don't have any way to hard lock anybody down. You come even close to them, and Gen G are ready to turn at a moment's notice. This is just another one of those examples of how well the Jace can also help you follow up these exchanges. And
he was so bad.
He was. I mean, there's not much else to explain about this game. It was very simple. It was very one-sided, and it played itself out.
It certainly did. Let's have a look at who picks up the Doran player of the game. Sorry, I really just can't do words today. It is going to be Doran that grabs it 7, 1, and 8.
Look at that DPM.
1,000 even DPM, and he gets out of the 500 club of the POG members. This guy just seems to be lapping them up here for Gen G this season.
He's also back, after having the coronavirus situation that Gen G had. He was the last one to return to play here. This is his first game back, and he looked very good. And as Valdez pointed out, He certainly did do the boom boom damage
He did
in
the
this
boom
game.
boom damage.
He did a lot of the boom boom damage. And the protagonist for this one was definitely Lehens for Valdez.
Yep.
But I think that we had to vote for
He
the
was
boom boom.
that was some hipster talk though. That was absolute hipster talk. He can go back to his The Room convention, I think. As the Pog standings now put Doran alongside Deft, of course, former teammates as well in DRX, which is kind of cute. As, yeah, 600 points apiece for both of those two. So, Doran, congratulations. Fantastically well played. 8 out of 13. The rest of the votes, of course, go to Chovy, who was absolutely robbed in this game. So, yeah, that'll be that. But thank you so much for watching this episode of the Analytical Chairs. We will be back very soon, I expect, for the next episode after this game. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Carpenters, for your wonderful breakdown. As, yeah, Chovy, only 5 votes. Unbelievable. Church of Chovy will be very disappointed. But yeah, Doran definitely deserved it at the end of the day, and he did get it. He's back with a vengeance, as I said at the beginning of the day, and he put him down.
I love this.
Carry Chovy.
Only got 5 votes. Painful.
Move Sandbox starts now. Okay, we're ready.
Okay. This was just a warm-up game.
Mm-hmm.
This is the real battle that we're going to have.
Why we play
now.
best of 3s, right?
Yes. Well, yeah, there are series where I'm like, okay, now best of second game in the best of 3, we're going to swap everything up, but the issue that you run into here as LSB is that there's too many issues, and that's kind of a cop-out, but it's also...
An issue?
Yes, it's an issue.
No.
And it's kind of a cop-out, but it is not just the draft, because we have seen, for example, or I think our easiest example is T1, but DRX have also been known to sometimes draft questionable stuff, and then they fix that, and then they look infinitely better. But it's not just that, it's also on an individual level. The entirety of this team just seems to get outmatched in lane. They lose most of the trades, they get permanently shoved in, and regardless of what is happening across the map with Croco desperately trying to put out fire, and then another fire, and then he's on fire because he's trying to put out all these fires. There isn't really that much that you can fix in a single coaching session. Live Sandbox, I kind of get their idea behind just play an early game comp and try to snowball, and if that doesn't work, it doesn't work, because going in on even footing against this Gen G, I don't think it's ever going to work out.
Yeah, seems incredibly difficult, especially after watching game number 1. Now we have switched sides, which means that Live Sandbox will get first pick here. It does force Gen G to ban out the Zeri, which means that probably the Tryndamere going to get through. I suppose they could also ban the Akali, which they did in game number 1. But we'll have to wait and see where their focus is here on the red side.
Zeri not being taken means that, or not being available rather, means that it is a lot more space for first picks here. Sandbox can, as they have done in the past, prioritize something like the Aphelios. I personally think a Caitlyn pickup here is nice. You can also go for the Karma if you think that KL will be serviceable on that. But it's Live Sandbox, so they first pick Lee. And,
yeah, same strat from game 1. Ban Poppy, pick Lee.
If you just pick Caitlyn Karma here as Gen G, I think you're very happy. They don't have to. They can kind of spread it out. But
Diana Yone, Diana Yasuo this time. First.
It's okay. I'm just gonna ignore that. It's okay if you want to go into a different direction. I think Jhin Karma is completely adequate as well. I would really like to pick away of the Karma, just because even with the nerfs that Caitlyn got, I think that lane specifically still provides a lot of value that's kind of hard to deal with. As we continue to see the insistence of LCK junglers that Rek'Sai is in fact a champion. She has come from the void to bully Lee Sins, and she will try to do so again in this second game.
Yeah, I mean, every time we see it, it's pretty. Yeah, it's a pretty underwhelming performance. You know, again, this might be a scenario where Gen Z are just currently a much better team, and they make the Rek'Sai work, and it's like, oh, it could be viable, but This always happens in the LCK where it's like one person picks it and then all of a sudden it like spreads like wildfire and like this is the pick. You have to pick this pick. Happened with Tom Kench. Happened with Jace a lot. Like happened with Renekton, obviously.
Rise.
Rise.
Currently banned, by the way.
It just always happens. And I'm not convinced yet on the Rek'Sai. Maybe it'll take some time.
It's okay. It's fine not to be easily convinced. That's how we stray away from getting fooled by individual champions being too strong. Genji, you have the perfect opportunity to counterpick the Jace here. You can also just wait, because I don't have any misconception about Liv Sandbox actually banning anything out. And I think that picking up a mid laner for Chovia is a much safer bet. And gotta say, already Vex Rek'Sai combined with the setup that a Jhin provides is basically a more hardcore version of the Diana Yone. There is more raw damage. There's also much more risk involved, I think, than with those two champions. And also, I think, pretty hard to execute into the amount of ability that Croco and Closer are going to have available here.
Yeah. You know, sometimes I can't help but feel, you know, you're talking about compositions and what they can do together, but it almost just feels like we see Lee Sin, we pick Rek'Sai. We see LeBlanc, we pick Vex. And
I think that's okay, though.
Yeah. But at the same time, you run into problems with your composition then if you don't try to round it out well, where it can be fractured or it doesn't all work together well or stuff like that. So Genji do have to be careful.
I would like Leona ban from Sandbox here to try and avoid the also predictable pickup for lands here. Do you think that a hard engage is exactly what the Genji composition needs? Round it out with an R5 dive top laner as well. Can even go for something like the Gragas if you want to have a little bit more middle ground. You know how badly I want the Malphite Valve.
I know how to push your buttons.
Yeah, to be admittedly, it's very easy. That fresh ban is another signal that either Nautilus or the Leona is definitely going to get picked up here.
Pick one or the other, whatever is left available.
Yeah, I think you don't ban either or a Sandbox and then you just pick the other one, right? And yeah, R5 for Doran seems to be the most likely here, unless Lahan says no. I have the hidden counter pick. They don't know yet, but as it turns out, Elise support is actually, or maybe it's Rumble support.
Interesting. I mean,
it's probably Rumble top. I'm aware.
Yeah.
However, what if?
Rumble Jhin is a very fun comp. Well, it's not exactly a composition, but there's a lot of setup, like you mentioned before, a lot of pick potential with that, and heaps of damage.
One issue that you can run into is that if you fall behind, you will have somewhat of a lack of AD damage, right? You have Rek'Sai and Jhin, neither of which are really known for shredding, but then you look at the Liv Sandbox comp, there's not really any tank available. As Cal knows, he's not a tank. That was only an illusion, as we saw him get demolished by a Jace that was 5 levels up, and now we will know, will it indeed be the Rumble top? Returned after a long time. Last time we saw Rumble was, of course, when he was jungle at MSI, which for LCK fans was not the best of memories, I think. We can collectively agree.
And here we go. 5 seconds. What is going to be the choice? Yuumi is going to come through. So Jhin, Yuumi, and Rumble confirmed top lane. So it's kind of what we expected.
Yeah.
And yeah, I really like the Yuumi. I mean, if anyone is out of position, they're probably going to die if more than one champion is there for Genji.
It's not even just the Yuumi, how it works into Genji, right? But it's also, Kench is notoriously bad at punishing these type of lanes. Yuumi is a perfectly fine counter pick as Liv Sandbox with the Jinx, and the Kench basically says, unless we can get Croco and Closer to bot lane together and we can set up a play where we have way more members available to ourselves, we're not going to be able to punish. Yuumi basically gets a free lane, and then it works nicely with the Jhin, of course, but the main issue is that later in the game, imagine a more tanky Rek'Sai or really anyone on the side of Genji with a Yuumi on top. is going to be a really bad time. I like the Lift Sandbox comp overall. I don't think it's as egregious as game number 1, but still a lot of weaknesses. And I'm interested to see how Doran is going to pilot this Rumble. Have not seen this in a while, and like to see how it does into the Jace here.
Yeah, definitely a couple of interesting picks coming in here. Once again, the Rek'Sai showing her face. And yeah, obviously the Rumble in the top side here. As here we go, guys. Looks like game number 2 is ready to go, so we can hop onto the Rift right now.
Okay, Doran. Let's ignite Rumble.
Didn't you hear teleport is bad now?
Well, they definitely wanna win early. That's for sure. Cause possible side laning into a late game Lift Sandbox comp that does have 2 teleports. With you having 0, it's gonna be a straight up bad time. If the Rek'Sai wasn't giveaway enough, right? You're just looking, I think, as Gen G to snowball here, either early through some of these high magic damage laners with the Rek'Sai using her ganking power, or in the mid game where Vex ulti can reset. You have an equalizer, you have a curtain call. There's just so much to just demolish all the squishy members for Lift Sandbox.
Yeah, it's very true. Lift Sandbox, I mean, I like the theme, right? The LeBlanc and Lee Sin this time around.
It's a good poke comp.
Yeah. You have that strong 2v2. You have immense amount of poke with Jace LeBlanc specifically. Tom Kench always is a little bit of a thorn in our side, but we'll look over it this time around as we do get a couple of storms, actually 3 storms that will gather this game.
Cloudy, yeah, mostly on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, only 1 Scorcher.
Does make a lot of sense, I think, for Doran. Also, Lehens is I really hope he doesn't go AP here, considering that he has not only a Vex, but also a Rumble. But knowing Lehens, we can have faith in him to just go Moonstone and make us very happy. I say that, knowing that I might be hurt. That's fine. But we'll see what happens.
It could be a thing. Could definitely be a thing. And I think that it's, you know, we see this Doran's actually get a little engaged down on the bottom side as Jinx Kench together as a duo is currently 5-1. It's a pretty nice record, whereas Jin Yuumi has been played a lot more, 5-7, so they get 6 extra losses compared to their opponents. As we had the Doran's ring change, I forget exactly when that was. I think it was that towards the end of last year, right?
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether it was early preseason or at the end, but it's not troll anymore.
It's
on non-mana characters.
Yeah, because instead of regening mana, you just get health.
Yeah,
it's pretty nice actually for sustain.
The AP is of course still valuable, so Doran gonna feel good about that one. And if I remember correctly, on 12-4, Rumble is getting some armor buffs. And I was kind of expecting him to maybe make a comeback as a jungler as well. Armor buffs generally are really nice for junglers because it means that their clears get a little bit more healthy. And of course, Rumble was a very popular jungler, as we mentioned last year around as well. But Doran says, no, this is the counter pick into the Jace. And if it actually works out, I'd be happy. I just want us to stop, you know, letting blind Jace be a thing and get punished when...
If we get another answer, that's very good, right?
Yes, more answers makes me very happy.
Absolutely. Peanut trying to help out a little bit here. I don't think he has any delusions of killing the LeBlanc at this point in the game. Doran seems like he's having a relatively fun time. You know, he's not falling behind on the CS too much against that Jace. As Krako is waiting here in the brush, trying to get on top of Ruler with that red buff as Lehen's trying to block, but not quite. And it's not going to be enough as the Gen G 2021 sign is flashed there.
Ooh. Peanut, considering that Kroko was just spotted, can go for a cheeky Gromp steal if he decides to do so. It'll invade and also go for the dive.
And he is right here as Doran is going to get the turret aggro and has to flash, but Dove still not in a great spot. And Dove without his flash as well. Peanut just going to take a long, leisurely dig, I suppose, if you're Rek'Sai, through the jungle, trying to chase after him. Chovy takes a big chunk, and it feels like Dove will eventually die.
Yeah.
Question is when.
Take a while.
Okay, they'll hand that one over to Chovy, and the gank is successful 30 seconds later.
Nice dive. Doran able to stack the wave, and kill going over to Chovy, of course. Can give it to the Rek'Sai, but she's going to fall off to a pretty horrendous extent regardless, so might as well try to get one of your more relevant carries ahead. Chovy also going to be able to then do a lot more in these team fights. And Gen G, this is a consistent theme that we've seen now, is able to just off of the denying of that CS in topside, as well as the kill, able to pick themselves up a nice lead here. And it also kind of evens out a lane that was pretty, at least CS-wise. I think Dove was like a wave ahead, and I'm pretty sure that as Doran gets the shove in now, we'll feel a lot more even. Look at that juicy set of caster creeps, rather. Nice.
Yeah, it's a lot of gold straight into the pockets of Doran. He doesn't even miss the cannon. I think he got all of those there, and he is ahead on CS. The Rumble pick working out pretty well if you get some early attention.
As Doran takes aggro. Peanut not wanting to go for the aggressive flash, wanted to save that summoner as it's so high impact as Ruler and Lahens both had to use a summoner there. Another gank from Croco, this one a little bit more successful. And health bars are a little low, but they might want to look towards the Ocean Drake here.
Yeah, absolutely. Peanut is hanging around, but with Closer's position in terms of health here in the mid lane, doesn't look like they're going to challenge this too much. Although the bottom lane of Live Sandbox have returned down here. They want to keep up the pressure as much as possible. Let's see how they can do that. Is Croco going to come down here again?
Why not, I ask you? Oh, I feel like back should just be channeled here. If Ice is going to just clear the wave and not try to set up Closer.
Yep, no fear, no rocket will go in there and land onto him. And now Peanut is bot. Gonna relieve some of this pressure, maybe get Ruler a nice little back if possible. Of course, Croco is also down here, in the vicinity at least. That's a lot of games. There was a time where Lee Sin versus Rek'Sai happened quite a lot. I think it was like 2017.
He's back. Entire top side of the map is up. Doesn't matter. No, it does, because the wave is shoving. And there's no need to look for a gank there, unfortunately, for Croco, as he will waste a little bit of time. And it's, I think, these little moments that, in the long run, make a big difference, right? If you look for plays like this, and Gen G just plays respectfully, doesn't try to get too greedy in terms of their positioning, and you're gonna start falling more and more behind, and it kind of compounds. And I'm worried that it's 8 minutes in, and it's already an 800 gold lead, and it's one kill, right? That's only 300, or a little bit more because the first blood, but still, that is already being found here, and that might just balloon the moment that a first play comes through. Chovy setting up a bait here.
Yep, no fear anything is going to land, but still sticking around here. Gen G making a very concerted effort to make sure that they do pick up this Rift Herald right at 9 minutes. Just a minute after it does spawn. Kyle and Closer hanging around. Looks like they might want to actually challenge this. The Jinx is not here at this moment in time. Jinx will dive over the wall just to get with his teammates, but Gen G have this in a pretty good spot. I don't think the flanking Jinx is going to be the thing that takes this down. Espino's just going to come through the equalizer. Pretty interesting, but it doesn't seem to matter as Live Sandbox all group up for it. And Croco didn't even go in. Doesn't feel like the communication was really there for Live Sandbox. As 2 people were going forward, 2 people were going back. And now they're looking for even more. And this is what happens with Gen G's comp. If you catch one, you might just catch them all. As Krako, he's just going to get over the wall. Very nice escape, actually, at the end of it. But Gen G create a bit of a canyon between them and Live Sandbox.
This was very reminiscent of the previous game. Not only do they pick up the Eye of the Herald, but they also get Chovy more ahead. And this is exactly how this comp wants to play, right? You have a very aggressive, free, augmented by Yuumi 4-man unit, and Ruler just stands off in the back and supports them. That's all he needs to do, and he has been relegated to a more supportive role on this team, and he does so with excellence, I personally say. As, yeah, the equalizer not actually hitting anyone, but the key thing it does do, I think, is push. Well, yeah, it actually does, right? There's not really a way for them to easily get out of there. If they just path up top through the river, they're going to get taken down as well. And as you say, the unity of Gen G is just unmatchable for Sandbox, unfortunately.
I got him. And he did.
He didn't. He didn't get him, you liar.
Well, he got something.
Well, he did, yeah.
He's got equalizer right here, and oh, it's perfect this time. Dove flashes away, burns to his death. And we know who's winning the Dodo matchup this time around. It is absolutely Doran again on the top side. Now 2-0-2, making the Rumble look broken.
Hey, if it's a counter to Jace, I'll take it. Happy to see as the proudest clients. Not gonna find closer. He's like, bye. I don't want any of that business.
Okay.
Unfortunately for Live Sandbox in the previous fight, their comp has a little bit more setup required, right? It's Heartbreaker Jace again. Dove, we've talked about this. There's good moments and there's not so good moments.
Yeah, okay. Chovy is in a rough spot here. He's kind of all alone. Looks like Gen G is going to leave him to die. Not much they could do as Live Sandbox were setting up a bit of a gank brush around that area, around that Drake, and they will catch Chovy off guard.
Now, wonder whether that's enough for them to actually go for Drake, but it looks like Peanut is bullying them away and the health bars are low. They don't want to risk it. Justifiably so, with all these ultimates still available for Peanut, Ruler, and Lahans. And while they get the pick on Chovy, the immediate counter response is really good. Shove in bot side, deny the dragon. Might even answer now with the dragon of their own if Peanut will choose to do so. Nice little pick off here by Ice, but it's starting to feel very reminiscent of game number 1, where there are some moments where Live Sandbox does okay, but I mentioned this yesterday as well. I think that Hullbreaker Jace in specific scenarios is a viable option, and that scenario is when you are never looking to teamfight, when you're exclusively looking to 1-3-1, to side lane. But with how far behind you already are, I don't think you're going to get any value out of the Hullbreaker whatsoever. I think that whoever you face, either Chovy or Doran, you're going to get shredded through regardless. And with lethality, at least there's maybe the possibility of a shock blast. Your comp kind of needs to poke as well, right? You augment your LeBlanc, you augment a possible Jinx ult, and going for Hullbreaker means that none of that is actually going to happen.
We'll see how Doran sets up the kill here. I think taking that bit of fire and, of course, the slow with the missile means that you're basically just dead, even with the flash.
Jace no fair.
Jace no flash.
Ice cold.
He's like, oh yeah, I gotta mention it.
And this is just a nice pickup by Live Sandbox. They set up the trap. Initially, it feels like it doesn't quite work out, but of course, one of the issues that you have with the Vex going in, she's exceptional at. Going out without flash is not happening, unless your fear is enough, as we can see there. So a little bit of misposition is very, very heavily punished. And overall, that is nice for Sandbox, but they're going to need a couple more of those if they want to maintain a position in these games. Oh,
no flash this time. No equalizer, though. Doesn't seem to matter because Rek'Sai is here, so he'll get the engage going, and Peanuts, very deservedly, will pick up the kill.
And that's another kill going over to Gen G. I gotta say, as I was saying earlier, we've been calling for a lot of the other counter picks. The Malphite, the Wukong. Doran does this. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if Doran does this to any JC faces, then give me more of the Rumble. Do you think that the setup is okay in this comp? Not amazing. Ruler.
Okay, Ruler just decides, hey, here you go. Nice little lockdown, though. We do have Peanut nearby, and that's a lot of turret shots that were just taken, and Ruler will give his life to give a bunch to his team. As Kraka will also go down. Kyle is next. Double kill here for Peanut. As Chovy says, hey, can you give this one to me? And it looks like they will, actually. Chovy gonna pick this one up. I would love Lehens just troll stole it right at the end, but not quite gonna happen, as maybe it's Doran's turn to get taken out here. Closer. Nice timing. He's gonna not hit the Everfrost, but it doesn't quite matter, as those two champions have enough damage.
2v1. Even for Doran is a little bit too much. We'll get taken down there, but the cross-map play from Gen G was so overwhelming that it doesn't really matter. As mentioned, Lehens has gone for the Moonstone. Thank you, Lehens. I knew I could put my faith in you.
Oh man, the fear and the combo comes through. Chovy just gonna smack him down. Ice, no summoners, no drink. What?
There's a minion in the sky!
Excuse me?
Is it a minion?
Oh, it's George!
It's George!
There he is again!
George the minion?
He keeps flying in the camera. Stop that, George. It's not funny anymore.
Is George an astronaut? He's a minion with
trying to be.
He's a minion with a dream.
You see the Yumi thinking face right when you asked that question? Oh, it's too perfect.
And now, as we got a little bit off track there,
I mean,
which I think is
George's
fair.
very distracting.
Well,
It's not our fault.
Not only that. Oh no! Oh, Ice.
Yeah, he's dead again.
Oh sweet. Oh no!
Yeah, he's dead. There's my play-by-play. He's dead.
He's dead.
Yeah. Gen G are like, you know what would be nice? Not 104 member, but how about 2?
Yeah.
Just a little bit too much bullying from their side, I think.
Yeah, and this is... I think we finally see what the Rek'Sai is supposed to do. And this is not going to stop, because when you're this fat, especially with a Yumi, I don't see it really go... Oh, Duff's got it in me.
He does a lot of damage.
Lehens.
He's just there for the heal up.
Excuse you, Peanut? Why is there a Serpent's Fang?
징크스 이거 뭐 있지? 한번 볼까?
Should I
나
go
여기서
for
공
it?
쏴볼게.
I'm gonna try. That's all he had to say.
Feels so bad for Ice. There's no gaming to be done there, Valdez.
Yeah, he's like trying to farm under his turret nearly. Maybe a little bit too far out there. But
yeah, I like Serpent's Fang in places where Serpent's Fang is good. It's a great item into Karma, for example, but...
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Not again! Oh, man. Oh, he misses that third shot, but he's not going to miss the fourth one. That's the Jin special.
Get him, Croco!
Okay, Krako's getting in there. There's the kick away,
No!
and Rumble gets it. Okay. Gotta love it. Doran's just everywhere at this point in time.
Croco. I thought you... I mean, the Drake...
He tried.
I just want to reiterate that the Drake would not have mattered. Maybe it's time to go back to the horror movies, Valdez, because it kind of feels like the game is taking that type of turn.
Yeah.
And obviously this is part 3, where they've left the concept of human killers altogether, and now it's actually a crazy, scary void monster.
That is really scary.
Yeah.
Does Closer win this fight? I mean, he's down, or he's not down. He's trying to get that damage done, as now the turnaround with the Ignite is coming in. Burning down Closer is Doran, but the Tom Kent will save him. And this just isn't fair. 3v1. Doran is still trying to kill LeBlanc, but it will be Closer that does take him down, finally.
So back to horror.
Anyway, now that we were distracted.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's your favorite horror movie?
I don't really have one. There are some that I really liked. I thought that Hereditary was pretty spooky.
Great call out.
A good emotional horror.
Yeah, definitely.
Pretty nice. It got a little bit wacky at the end, but I think that's fine. I like that kind of thing, if you can't tell. We might have some more action. Closer's definitely trying. It definitely feels like the Live Sandbox members aren't, you know, they're not doing the old generic thing where you sit back and you're like, oh, maybe we can scale to, you know, 45 minutes and end the game. They're like, no, we'll just fight them. Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Just keep fighting.
Just Live Sandbox way. Don't go out without a fight. Hashtag Live Sandbox. What was your favorite sand structure to make when you were a kid?
What? What kind of non sequitur is that?
It's Live Sandbox.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to throw Jason's favorite horror movie before I go back to your sand question. As I just
what do you mean? It's a good question.
No. Like, I want to go back to it, but I actually, Jason mentioning The Conjuring.
Okay.
Great horror movie as well. Do you think the first one is by far the best? The rest, they kind of go off the rails at times.
True.
I'd probably say Hereditary as well.
What about Paranormal Activity?
I'm not a big Paranormal Activity guy.
Okay. Well, we're going to have an engage here. In goes Krako again. He is going to kick him away into the open arms of a Tov, but he is immediately going to get gobbled up there and survive, as this is actually a pretty good fight for Live Sandbox. They find a couple of picks, and now Tovi's alone with the Yuumi on his back. The damage is there, though, and a lot of people get feared, as Lehens is doing a good job. And by the way, the entire time this is happening, Doran is pushing top lane. Jovi's going to get a kill. And just a little bit of bonus there at the end, as Live Sandbox may be feeling a little bit bad that they took too many kills away. The Everfrost is still coming in here. Not sure what you guys are doing, but you're not going to kill the Vex that is fed with the Yuumi on his back. And yeah, Jovi gets another kill.
Meanwhile, Doran in top lane is like, there's a blue buff there. That's nice. No, honestly, I understand the Sandbox, and I actually want to give him credit. As you pointed out, I think that this is an underrated part of this team, is the willingness to keep fighting, even when it is objectively a bad idea. They're basically Olaf the team, right? And we see it here with a fight that actually starts off nice. Peanut goes on quite the journey between tunnels and kicks, but eventually will get picked off. And as we see, Cal actually doing a really good job there with the Devour. Krako able to skirmish very, very nicely. And if they just back off here and pick up the bounty...
okay. Maybe he was trying to get the red buff. I don't think there is a red buff, otherwise Closer would have it.
So game number 1 in this series was like game number 2 in the T1 series. And this is very clearly approaching...
game number 1 status?
Yes, it really is.
Because Gen G are quite obviously having a bit of fun. The only issue with it is that they're having a lot of fun much earlier than T1 did, where T1 had an open Nexus that they were trying to kill. So you still got to be careful. I mean, there's still a Jinx on the other side. There's a 4-1 LeBlanc, right? Like,
Live Sandbox don't give up. They're going to keep trying.
You never give up. Never surrender.
Dina isn't here. Yep. They can get the bounty.
No jungler. There's still a nice amount of poke here on the side of Live Sandbox, but I'm not sure that, or not Live Sandbox, Gen G. Not sure that they're going to be able to deny Live Sandbox that engage, though, as here, oh, wow, where did the Jinx go? Never mind, there isn't a Jinx on the enemy team. Forgot that he just disappeared, actually. As Tovi's got Lehens on his back now, and he's quite literally doing the Olaf thing as well, as he presses all his buttons and goes forward, and only forward. We're going to catch Kyle. Here comes the Rek'Sai and the equalizer in here, as Closer is trying desperately to get some kills on the backside of this, but he will be taken out as Gen G, they don't get the Drake, but they get all the kills.
While all of that was happening, Shelly was having a party by herself in mid lane, dropped there by Peanut, picked up earlier, and Gen G, yes, they lose the Drake, but the amount of gold that they get is ludicrous here. I don't know about this one, Peanut. I don't think you need to go and get that ward by yourself. You are a Rek'Sai. Yes, you have a lot of lethality items, but you have no health, and you should play accordingly. As that's a big electrocute proc here from Chovy. Nicely dodged there by Closer on the second activation of the Shadow Surge from Chovy. It just doesn't matter, right? The team is so far ahead. Chovy plays it expertly, and as we mentioned already in Champ Select, the Gen G composition only needs one person to pop off because they have Yuumi. Doesn't really matter who does, as long as someone does, and I mean, it's not like Peanut and Doran are in fat. Chovy is just doing a monstrous job on the Vex here. Beautiful carry performance. Carried, or not carried, but accompanied by his buddy Lance.
Accompanied, yeah, that's a good one. Okay, Liv Sandbox looks like they want to fight this as Croc goes over the wall. Dove is here, ready to blast some shock. And he's not going to hit that first one. Those are over the wall. Still have to be careful about the LeBlanc, I think, mainly. And that's why Gen G, they are going to respect it. They're going to turn here as they actually look for a bit of a pick themselves. Again, if anyone lands anything, they can probably get in on that, as Doran is not going to hit his equalizer onto anything except the Wolf. And nobody goes down.
And this is big, because this is actually one of the very few weaknesses I think that the Gen G comp has. Their engage is actually kind of bad. And there is a lot of mobility for Liv Sandbox. And of course, there is still Chovy hitting an ultimate. There is Lahans finding someone, and there are flanks if you would be willing to sacrifice your life as the flankee, because Doran and Peanut have both gone for just full-on 100% damage builds. As Croco and Dove setting up a trap. Oh boy.
I like this. I mean, especially while the enemy team is having a bit of fun, you know. If they get a little bit loose and they start making some little mistakes here and there, gotta be careful.
It's definitely the call. I just don't think that Gen G is actually going to let it get that far. And if they, at any point, get an Infernal Soul, then the game is very much over. And I say that like it isn't. It truly isn't, because I do think that the Liv Sandbox comp is going to feel fine, although I again want to reiterate. Imagine if Dove went for a build where they could actually kite back and utilize. Now, of course, into Yuumi, it's always going to feel a little bit worse, but at least it will create some windows, as opposed to what we're seeing right now, where I guess in side lane he'll be okay, and he does have a lot of MR, so maybe he's feeling a little better, but I still think that with how far ahead Doran and Chovy are, it's not like your side laning is going to be enough to really leverage to get yourself into a better possession here. And Gen G, they're still hunting. Hello, Dove. Maybe goodbye, Dove?
They're getting in onto it. The final chapter does come out, and Peanut, he's got enough if he's got a Yuumi around. Here comes a teleport, and the rest of Liv Sandbox is trying to join up into this fight. As you can see, Ruler on the minimap is also walking in. He's going to get that shot onto Kyle, who does get knocked up. But where's the rest of Gen G? A little bit behind the play. As, you know, they don't have great engage as we... Oh, where did he go? He's got shot in the back. And then the Rek'Sai did take one swipe, and down he went. Yeah, not a lot of engage, but again, if like one hit comes in, you get a deadly flourish, you get an equalizer, it's like the Jhin opens up, the Vex is coming over the top. It's like, well, somebody's probably going to go down eventually. As Closer trying to find some information over the wall. Didn't like what he found. He's just going to give the 10th kill to Chovy, who has a Magi's.
Yeah. So back to Sandcastle.
Yeah, I'm still very curious. No, there's no time for that. Ruler's just gonna kill Croco. Monk a W.
Unless? No, doesn't unless, you know. Dove, I don't know, man. I don't know.
He's trying. He's trying his best.
They are.
So yeah, like, what was your favorite thing to build in the sand?
So I really like to make like a castle close to the sea, and then you would like dig trenches so that the water would fill in, but it wouldn't actually break down your castle. And then as you waited and waited, like obviously eventually it will erode and the water will overtake and your sandcastle will collapse. But that's just part of, I think, normal sandcastle enjoyment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were like a moat guy.
I really was a moat guy. I also like just digging as deep as you could until you hit like the puddles of water, you know, and then it will collapse onto itself.
Yeah.
That was quite fun. How about you?
A lot of my sand was not at the beach, actually. So you would dig until you hit like the concrete bottom or whatever.
Not as fun.
Not as fun.
Wait, Croco. He's looking.
Croco's got a nice little angle, but a little bit hesitating on the play. As I feel like Doran, he's like learning the champion as we go. He's like, oh, the equalizer. Oh, it's not quite how you use it. yet he's still just absolutely smashing it.
Yeah.
So
I feel like
pretty fun game for him.
It's like there's two different people playing. There's like regular Doran piloting the Q, W, and E of Rumble, and then there is someone else who's piloting his R. But like, look at the cooldown, right? Like, honestly, doesn't matter. Love it. Sandbox, they never give up. They keep trying.
Never give up. And Peanut, he says, okay, something's wrong over this wall here.
No.
Peanut's looking for it, and there it goes. Down it goes once again, and we see that Peanut's like, okay, well, we're going to get a kill at least on the backside of that, and they do get one, but that's a great trade for Liv Sandbox. Giving away one guy and getting the Baron. At this point in the game and how far behind they are, I think he'll take that every day.
I just can't with this game, Veldes. Big wave on the top side for Gen G. Even into the Baron buff.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's part of why Vex is good into LeBlanc. She jumps in and she gets feared instantly. And you can see how Chovy's able to do that, especially with how far he is ahead. As looks like we are going to end this game now. Gen G say you can have a Baron, but you can't have a base. And perhaps what they needed was the Jace wave clear after all. Or maybe Gen G just needed a reason to push. Either way, they're going to get the job done eventually, it looks like here. They are 5. And here comes Dove. Nice little shock blast to the back. Gen G are backing away. That Everfrost, not fantastic, but it does get a slow down. Doran still on the run. As the missiles are coming out, Croco goes in. He's going to get Toby into the back, but he gets extremely low, and he gets taken out. They're trying desperately to get on top of Toby, but they can't. And the heals are coming out here from the Yuumi at the same time. And Gen G successfully kite it back.
Unfortunately, life is not a sports movie. The scrappy team of underdogs trying their hardest until the very end are going to get smacked down, regardless.
Can't get away from them.
Can't be done. He got Ruler.
Yeah, he did that. And at this point, Vex basically melts diamonds. And that's very hard to do. That's going to be game number 2. A very eventful, yet uneventful game as Gen G will take them down in pretty much uneventful fashion. I mean, they, again, just like the first series we had today, it is another 2-0 Stomperino. Bit of Astro Smurfing, as you would say, Chronicler.
Yep. And for a Gen G, I think that a little bit of stat padding is completely fine. And as many jokes as we've made it today, I think there are a couple of lessons to take away from this. First of all, it's good to see the whole roster back again. I think that Zest did as well as could be expected of him, but Doran's showing that no, I am the top laner, and you will respect me as the top laner of Gen G, doing a great job. And Chovy, not only is he refining some of his form, but I do think that the shift away from picks like Victor, like Corki, have kind of revitalized so many of our mids. I love these Vexes, these LeBlancs, these Aries, so much more skill expression that is available again. And think with me, many fans. And for Sandbox, they kept fighting, and we will love them for that.
Yeah, I loved the Baron try, right, where it's...
They got it.
They had a nice amount of damage, right? A fed LeBlanc, you've got a Jace. He's not fed, but he's a Jace. You have a Jinx. That's a lot of damage. You can just throw into the Baron, just try to burst it down. It was the perfect timing to go for something like that. Of course, I mean, based on the game state, it just wasn't really going to work out, but it was a good try anyway. I think that at this moment in time, Gen G are just many tiers above with Sandbox. That was kind of our expectation for today. Because I think Doran probably had the most fun out of anybody. Lahan's very happy with this win, giving everybody a bow on the backside as well.
Got to play a Yuumi game. Sure, he had fun. I think he went 0-0-20 by the end of it. So it's about as good as you can get. And a good example of skill expression actually existing within the champion that is Yuumi, which thank you for reminding us of that, Lahans.
Yeah, Lahans can do it. I think Keria can do it.
Well,
I've seen him do it before. Keria can pretty much do anything.
Yeah.
He's probably like George, he's still flying. He can be an astronaut, I believe it.
Just if he wants to be.
There's like one League player, I'm like, yeah, Keria, he could be an astronaut. watch in like 20 years, he actually becomes an astronaut. It would be pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, this game pretty much just Gen G getting a lot of early picks, a lot of wins early on in the game, and then just basically, you know, face rolling them a bit. Some fun times, some fun League of Legends as well in the mid game, where Gen G threw caution to the wind and decided, let's get Jovi as many kills as possible. And it did happen.
I feel like the play from Gen G was just kind of a mistake there, but then you have a mid lane turret that's a bounty. Why are you funneling into the monstrously fed Vex? Because Chovy would have probably still killed, but it would have looked less oppressive if he didn't get all those kills on the top side turret here. And Liz Sandbox, yes, I love that they always fight. The key difference, though, and what I think this team desperately needs, is someone who knows when to fight. Because always fighting is good.
Yeah. They need a barrel.
Because they get better and better at it, but unironically, they need a barrel. Or they need 2021 summer effort, you know, which was a specific type of effort that currently has been replaced by Ghost of all people, which is an interesting timeline.
Yeah, not sure about that one. But it is true. It is our current true state. This is kind of funny. The Rek'Sai getting the speed up and the prowling projectile just making its.
야 이거 다 걸려? 민영 길막 때문에. 끝낼 수 있니?
They are so relaxed.
민영 길막 때문에 저쪽으로 갔어.
I wonder why. This. Man.
복수해줬어. 나이스.
You talk.
Nice.
와, 깬 거지.
Riller's just put it on his shoes as the game is ending. And yeah. Nice little win. Not the smoothest graph you've ever seen, but it's still in mostly one direction, so it's what you like to see, I suppose.
A little bit of ups and downs, but overall, Gen G, quick 2-0, nothing to see here, but like for real this time, guys.
Yeah.
It was from start to finish, I think, a very, very clear gap. Not even in terms of draft. I think that the draft from Sandbox here was salvageable, although again, I like the one from Gen G more. But that Gen G comp against some better teams might run into issues where your engage isn't good enough, you get kited back, but it didn't matter.
Did not matter in the end, but we do have the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space ready to go. So I'm going to hand it over to Atlas and Wolf to close out the night.
Thank you so much, Sandcastle analyzers and, of course, movie critics of the horror genre. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs in the collaborative carpet space. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was a very swift Gen G 2-0.
Yeah, I think that might have been the most one-sided best of three we've had all year.
Yeah.
And one of the most one-sided best of threes I've watched.
I mean, I think we had two of them. I think all day today it was only one-sided games.
I think Gen G just proving again they're #2 team in the LCK, right? They have Doran back. This is one of our best teams against our 10th place team right now in the LCK, so the match ends up being one-sided. Do want to kind of put out a PSA. We don't condone bullying in the LCK at all whatsoever. And what happened to Ice that game was actually just Gen G trying to further a lead and trying to eliminate the AD carry from the map so you couldn't farm. It was not, in fact, actual bullying, so please don't report us or anything like that. We don't do that here. It was just really just trying to get the advantage and the snowball rolling.
We also don't condone overnourishment of Vexes and Rumbles, things like this. Don't take what Dove was doing wrong. That was not his intent. He often would die in order to save the rest of his team, is what I assume they were doing. Hullbreaker Jace comes out yet again. Still don't like it, by the way.
Not in this case, especially.
Yeah, it was an odd choice. Of course, struggles in the lane against Rumble. I think the Rumble pick was really, really cool to bring it back to the draft just a little bit. Very, very fun picks to come through here. Finally, we see the Rek'Sai work, and I feel like as soon as you have a champion that only sort of half works and falls off late, just put a cat on it, and you're totally fine as we jump into our first highlight.
So this was a really gross miscalculation from Liv Sandbox, let's just say. Like, Jinx comes up here to shoot an ultimate, and they're like, oh, okay, we're gonna fight, we're gonna turn this to fight over an eye, and they could have actually just gotten 2 plates on the bottom side with the Jinx. They could have made a macro play. The setup was way better for Gen G. Their comp is way better at this point. They have a Rumble early game for fighting on this. And Liv Sandbox just decided to fight anyways. They felt really desperate, even though they didn't have to. And a lot went wrong in that moment there for Liv Sandbox. I think they definitely could have just decided to trade 2 full plates to a Jinx instead and kept map control. And they gave so much gold to Gen G at this moment that like the league ballooned way faster than it should have.
It absolutely did, and Gen G, to their credit, did have an early skirmishing composition, but after this point, what we did was we went into trying to analyze some sandcastles. This is an example of a very beautiful sandcastle that we have for you. My personal favorite is to just build a sandcastle, and I think the real flaw to that question was building stuff in the sand basically has like one option based on the kind of bucket that you have?
I mean, you know, Valdez, I was a little bit worried about his childhood when he told me that he built only sand things in sandboxes, because if dry sand, you're not really building anything except like slightly like hillish type structures. I hope that we can take him to a beach soon so we can find out about real sandcastle making.
There are some fantastic beaches on the east coast of the peninsula of Korea, so looking forward to doing that as well as we have a look at this glorious one yet again. But then after that, we had a second highlight. What had ensued while the sandcastle conversation was going on was a whole lot of absolute insanity on the Rift, and it continues here with Gen G looking like they're overextending, but that was their plan all along.
It was just a really nice turn here from Gen G, and this is the desperation as the walls closing on Liv Sandbox. Krakow tried to find, I mean, bless his heart, like he really tried to find the flank ankle on this.
Him and Closer were really trying their very best.
And there were a few moments that we kind of skipped along the way to talk about sandcastles where Liv Sandbox proved that they really were trying, and they were actually not playing a for fun game. They absolutely wanted to bring this one back, and they were just too far behind. But Gen G were a little bit sloppy. There were some moments where like the 7,000 gold lead went down to like 5,000 for a minute, but it wasn't enough in the end.
No, it just didn't really work out as it all came down to it. And I think that against a different team, like Chronicler was saying, it would have been a more difficult task to make this composition work. But from what we saw, especially in the lanes, it looked fantastic. let's have a look at the Chovy player of the game here for this one, as it will be Chovy that picks it up. 11, 1, and 8. And a lot of damage efficiency as far as the money goes.
He got a cat on his back at one point, and then the cat just was no longer very interested in the Rumble in the top lane or the Rek'Sai as much. Chovy had, I think, a pretty great start to the game. Laned very well, even though like the very first part of his laning phase, he looked a little bit muted. And then he just started running away with the game. And when there were some big overextensions from Peanut and Doran, they lost a lot of points in my book in terms of POG, but Chovy, he never faltered this game. There was never a moment where he looked weak or vulnerable. He never made any real mistakes, and so he ends up getting it at the end. At the beginning, I thought, oh, okay, Doran gets this for sure, back to back. His start was so good, then Peanut's Rek'Sai was amazing, but Chovy, he stole the show in the mid to late game. It was all about him.
I think, to me, it was between Chovy and Lehens. I'd really like Lehens to get at least a vote or two. His Yuumi has been the best forever. He's been absolutely amazing on the pick. Hasn't been able to play it quite as much as Chovy's going to join the 600 club now, as the 500 club is starting to thin out. It really is. It really is. No one's near Canyon level, who owns 800 points. We've seen players, of course, win POG with 1,000 points.
Hey, Media got in there.
Yeah, Media got in there. There we go. And there's a cheeky little vote for Peanut there on his Rek'Sai, and I don't think that that's bad at all. No. But it's solo laners here today for Gen G, and honestly, pretty elementary victory, right? We often joke about easy 2-0, nothing to see here.
But this was really
it. But as the desk said, it's basically what it is. As I think now it is time for the interview, so we're going to throw it over to Jisun for a chat with Chovy and Doran.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by the solo laners of Gen G, Chovy, and Doran. After 8 days, you guys are having a rematch against Liv Sandbox, and it was a clean victory. This time around, it was 2-0. How do you feel? I'm happy to be back on the stage, and I'm happy that we got the victory. What about you, Chovy? Yeah, we're back with the same roster. I'm so happy, and I'm so happy to find out that we are remaining our form. Doran, how are you feeling after, the COVID situation? I'm fully healed, I'm feeling all okay. I hope none of the Genji players get sick anymore. And let's get back to game number 1. We had last pick, Yone and Diana from Genji. And we were so thrilled to see one another Jovi Yone game here at the LCK. Was that something you guys prepared as a combo? No, we actually thought it looked decent, you know, pretty doable. And we cannot really expose more of other details about our strategy, to be honest. And Doran, you had a fantastic performance on Jace as well. Did you see your damage graph after game number 1? Yeah, I did. You did 26k damage on Jace and 1000 DPM on that champion. How were you able to put so much damage on that pick? The game was pretty much over early on, so it was a very comfortable game for us. So how would you like to rate your Jace performance on a scale of 10? Maybe about 8. 8 out of 10, pretty decent. In game number 1, Ruler once again was crying for pentakill when they were, you know, going for the enemy nexus. Was that only the typical Ruler angle for penta? I mean, I had no idea. I just found out. What about you, Chovi? Ruler said it's a penta angle. I was like, what is he talking about? And I was just focusing on the nexus. I guess Ruler was the only one seeing the penta angle today. In game number 2, Doran, you played Rumble. A very rare pick for the current meta. So we are actually looking forward to seeing a flex pick down to the support role. But it was actually Doran, you playing the Rumble. So could you break down the Genji's comp for game number 2? We had Rek'Sai, so we wanted to go hard early on in the game, so I decided to play Rumble top. I guess you guys are looking for some fantastic duo on the top side of the map, and also we want to ask you about the Ignite instead of a teleport take. Rumble with the Ignite is really easy to pick up kills and also easy to get prio during the laning phase. And Chovi, your performance on Vex was really phenomenal. And a lot of fans out there were waiting to see this kind of a hyper carry performance from you. So how do you think of your current form right now? You know, pretty on a decent form, you know, but today my laning phase wasn't that clean, so I think I have to work on some issues and tidy things up. And Doran. So we have a new meta settled down here in the LCK. Hullbreaker for the maybe first or the second item for the top laners. What do you think about that? I mean, I think that's a trend for sure, but you don't have to just go Hullbreaker for every time. You have to look at the situation. You have to look at the enemy's comp. Genji with a fantastic performance was able to pick up a 2-0 victory. And today, I think all 5 members were playing so well. So who do you think deserves the POG outside of you guys? I think Peanut, you know, ganked top a lot, so I want to say Peanut. He's my POG. What about you, Chovi? Doran. Try to rotate towards the mid lane, so bonus points over to Doran, so I want to say Doran will be my POG. Thank you. Thank you, Chovi. And Genji is now back on the competition for the top spot in the LCK. Your next opponent will be Nongsin Red Force. I hope we can have a great start for the second round robin. Starting off with a win. You guys actually started off the second round with a win, so it's already a great start. And that's going to be your second match of the second round. Oh, yeah, I'll go with that. What about you, Chovi? Same. We're having a rematch against Nongsin Red Force. Even though we did, you know, get the victory last time, I hope we can repeat the result and keep moving forward. And so many fans were waiting to see this Gen.G, assemble. So any message over to the fans out there? Watch out for COVID, everyone. It is pretty painful, I can tell. So watch out, stay healthy, everyone, and I'll see you guys in the next match. And Chovy, would you like to add on to that? I'm feeling more pressure about staying healthy in this kind of situation. So I hope everyone stays safe and healthy throughout this time. And this will be the end of the interview from Dora and Chovy. Back to the analyst workspace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, and thank you very much for calling it a rug as well, because of course it is not attached to the sides of the space. So definitely a rug, not a carpet, no matter what other people would tell you. Let's bring up the standings, as we just had our first match of the second round robin, and Live Sandbox in 9th place. Unfortunately, Humble Life Esports just trailing behind them, but they still have a couple of matches to play, or at least a match to play this week. And their first of the round robins.
It feels like we're starting to maybe draw a line between our top 2 teams here in the LCK and the rest of the ones here on the west side, with Gen.G and T1 just looking so dominant right now, especially with that upset with DRX. They're just one step ahead of Damwon Kia right now, but it does feel like we're starting to actually add an extra tier here up at the top of the standings.
No, absolutely, and we've got some really fun matchups coming up. All of them rematches, of course, and so DRX will have to take on both Gen.G and T1, Damwon Kia, the same situation, so that top side of the bracket is going to be very exciting. But tomorrow, we still have more LCK, of course, another couple of days remaining of this week as we get into some more round 2 action. Humble Life Esports taking on DRX for our first one, and Kwangdong Freaks on a 2-game winning streak up against Fredit Brion. Definitely a very important one for Kwangdong if they want to make it into playoff contention.
Yeah, that second series I think could be really exciting because Fredit Brion trending down a little bit. Kwangdong Freaks definitely trending up. Could be a big upset there. I mean, big upset, but an upset based on what we saw from Kwangdong over the past few weeks.
No, absolutely. This is a chance for them to really fight back. But that will do it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow for more LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby.